starting.
It's time for Alan Stiles and Chris Watkins.
Yes. On a Friday, Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Scree! Thank you to 1 Chris and 2 Nate for holding it down for me while I was gone. Had to call in, had a lot of fun. What was that on Wednesday? Had to call in and give you guys a hard time. Made my way back. Traveling was very interesting. We won't get through all of the stories in one sitting, but throughout this show, obviously, we're going to talk a ton of football. We got Kings for you as well. Very good Forbes article out there on how De'Aaron Fox can help the Kings defensively, even if it's not on defense. So we will break all of that down for you. And I have some news that we need to get caught up on. Matt Chapman, haven't been able to chat about that. So we have Matt Chapman, his extension, what that means for the Giants, and how a large market like San Francisco has to pay a tax similar to Sacramento. How did we get here, and why is Farhan Zaidi still at the head of the snake? We will also get into something Troy Aikman had to say about Brock Purdy. And we're doing that at 11 o'clock because this is something that we've continued to hear time and time again about Brock Purdy, as far as if he was drafted this and that. There's just no context to that take. And I like Troy Aikman. And it's not just him. He's not the only person that said it. He just said it most recently. So at 11 o'clock, we're breaking down pretty much what is the issue with that take, in my opinion. So you don't want to miss that. And, of course, we will end the show with the NFL slate. The NFL slate is back, and we will break down our picks for what we think is going to happen this week and probably be incredibly wrong, just like I was all week with my picks, Chris. And, oh, my goodness, this is so great. The rules are different in PA than California. I'll be honest, Chris, I'm glad that it's not the same. Because it's a problem out there in PA, man. And I
think you have a problem. I don't think the problem is the rules. Yeah. I think you have the problem.
So can I tell you? I'll tell you this one, and I don't know how much we can get into. So we'll say hypothetically speaking. Let's say hypothetically speaking, there was a parlay out there. Okay, and I'm going to explain this to you. It was a pretty good parlay.
Okay,
and what it was the Yankees cover. So every baseball game is 1.5. Right? Almost every baseball game is 1.5. So it was Yankees, and I'm being dead serious. I couldn't make this up. It was Yankees 1.5. I have Yankees to win, or my friend has Yankees to win. There's the A's at 1.5, right? My friend has the A's to cover because the A's were playing the Mariners. A's were the underdog, right? Cool. Those two hit. So my friend is very excited. Okay, so those two hit. That was on Monday. So then Tuesday rolls around. My friend was so excited because he doesn't get to do this often. He didn't realize he put in for the Phillies game the next day. Mm-hmm. So my friend has to wait all day long for this game.
Right. You're sitting on your 2 wins. You're like, cool.
He was. Yes, he was. Yes.
You, the royal you.
Yes, the general you. So He walks upstairs. The game finally starts, and as soon as he looks at his phone,
7-0,
6-1. It's 6-1
Other
Blue
side.
Jays.
Yeah.
6-1 Blue Jays. Now my friend is just so. What is going on? What is going on?
Yeah,
that was the day that Kyle Schwarber hit 3 home runs.
Okay.
So my friend, in the bottom of the 8th inning, he hits me up. And at this point, it's
and now I'm getting lost in the story.
At this point, it is 8-7. Right? They've come all the way back. It's 8-7. My friend is now, hey, Kyle Schwarber's up. Okay, they have to win by 2.
Yep.
Right? Kyle Schwarber hits a 3-run home run.
My God.
So my friend is now covering in a great position to finish this parlay.
Right.
That was the bottom of the 8th, and literally out of a movie, Chris. Top of the 9th comes up. Phillies, 1 strikeout. 2 strikeout. Guy comes up, 3 home runs on the year, hits a home run. It is now 10-9.
Wow.
Phillies. Next guy pops up. They do not cover, and my friend does not win anything. And that's the type of week it was. I'm glad we can't do this.
Yeah, it's a good thing that your friend is limited in their capacities, and I mean that's just the everyday average story of anybody who's partaking in those kind of things. So
it was so bad.
That's how it goes. It
was so bad. But we're back.
Yeah.
Prop Talk is making its way back eventually. Maybe not today, but when the Niners play. So if you've been listening to the show, thank you for listening. If you are new to the show, thank you for rocking with us. But we do Prop Talk where we talk about at points and things like that. We've done that for the Kings. We are going to now do that for the Niners as well. We're going to have some fun with that. But like I said, that was just one story, Chris. I was gone for a good amount of time. So I have plenty, but I want to throw to you again. Thank you for covering for your boy. And how are you doing?
Good. Yeah. Doing well. It's Friday. I'm glad to finally be done with this week. And, glad to finally have some football to talk about. The game last night was out of control. Apparently we have a game today too, which I don't know how many people will be able to watch because, it's on Peacock, and we always have the conversation of like, are you really going to buy Peacock specifically for this game? Mm-hmm. I think I might still have my Peacock subscription from the Olympics, but it's finally here. I was waiting a while for this. I mean, just from a content perspective too, waiting for football to start. And that game last night definitely gave us some things to talk about. So yeah, I'm juiced, and please talk as much as you want today because I am completely burned out.
No, I hear you. And obviously, like I said, I had to chime in, and I didn't even do well. Here's the thing: we had a conversation before I left, and I wasn't against doing an actual segment with you.
Yeah.
What happened was Nate hung up on me. So I couldn't do it.
He was doing that to everybody.
I couldn't do a full segment. I wanted to do a full segment. I said, let me help out Chris and we can chat. I get on, and next thing you know,
Nate ran you.
Nate's ringing me up.
I might do it again.
You can't do it now.
Oh, you want to see?
No. Don't start with So Nate just muted me there. That's funny. No, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. Well, we do have your Niners to talk about, Nate, and
they are my Niners,
talk about there. And look, real quick, just on a serious note, I wasn't in, but the Ricky Pearsall stuff, insane.
We gotta change his theme song, by the way. No more loving on me. It's gotta be Slick Rick, bedtime story or whatever what's that song called? You know what I'm talking about?
No,
don't believe.
Do you guys know who Slick Rick is?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah. He's like famous song. All right, hold on. Okay, we'll get there.
Yeah,
but obviously, I was literally at the wedding the night that dropped.
Yeah,
and I'm there with other, media members, and somebody got the text early before it dropped, and we didn't know anything that was going on. So yeah, just obviously really glad that Ricky Pearsall is okay. It's one of those moments where, hey, we sit there and we talk about sports, and I think we try our best to talk about these guys as humans and not just, players on your fantasy team or whatever, but stuff like this can obviously put it way more into perspective. And I know you probably saw Chris, he got shot in the chest, was 2 inches above the praying hands tattoo that he has. So this is something that can really bring a team together. And me and Nate, we have a lot of fun going back and forth about it. And I know I control Niner fans, but I am not trolling here. I do think this is something, and obviously Debo, everybody got asked about it during the media availability. So this is something that really can bring a team together. I'm not saying that, it's a good thing. Nobody would ever say that, but it is something. That's right.
Right, yes. This is a classic.
Yeah, this is the news.
And then for him coming out already to say he was trying to be active against the Jets, and I guess he was in the hospital talking about how he wasn't injury prone. We know
that was so great.
Yeah, that's
incredible.
Yeah, because that's what we were saying about this other stuff, right? So if you're looking at his perspective, he's thinking, man, I've had this shoulder thing.
Right.
I've had, what was it, like a calf or a hamstring, and now this bad luck, and I get shot in the chest. So he's sitting there telling Shanahan, hey, I'm not injury prone, don't worry about it. So he just wasn't even in a headspace. He, as an athlete and as a dog, he's just thinking, I need you to know that I'm trying to get back on the field.
Yeah. And every indication yesterday, everyone was like, this guy keeps saying he wants to play Monday.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, he's clearly ready to go. I think John Lynch reiterated this morning that he is going to play this season, and it sounds like if you ask Ricky, he wants to play like Monday.
Yeah, week
Like
2
he's
at
ready
worst.
to go.
Yeah, they might not let him. And
Yeah, they're not. I mean, he's on the PUP list, so he can't play till week 5 anyway.
Right. Well, and here's the thing: you have situations where we just talked about how it gives us a different sense of clarity when we're talking about these guys each and every day, just as players. How about for Ricky personally?
Yeah.
You know, if you talk about unlocking something, and we had question marks, and we don't even know if it's going to work out.
No.
But I would venture to think that if you have come that close to seeing it all end, it might unlock something in you that was not previously unlocked.
For sure.
So I'm excited to see how all of that unfolds. Coming up next, we get into the Chiefs-Ravens recap. Are we having the cheating conversations with the Chiefs already? Week 1, first game? Let's talk about it. Stiles Watkins, Sacramento Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
But what was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee.
You want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich.
Be the difference.
Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
You guys got a new Honda? Well, it was like this. My mom was driving me to school when, bam, our car started smoking. My mom wasn't happy, so she called my dad and said, honey, if you value your life and our marriage, you will take care of this now. So my dad calls up Stockton Honda and was like, can you get me approved for a new car and save my marriage? And they're all, sure, Mr. Jones, we do this every day. And just like that, Stockton Honda to the rescue. StocktonHonda.com.
Get your tickets for the Marysville Stampede September 14th and 15th at MarysvilleStampede.com.
Sacktown Sports.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
27-20. And as Pedro Martinez once said about Frankie Cardicelli and Jason Ross's Yankees, the Yankees are my daddy. Well, that's not necessarily the case for Lamar Jackson because Patrick Mahomes isn't just his daddy. He's everyone's daddy right now. And I know somebody's going to say, well, Joe Burrow, I don't want to hear about it. Let's see Joe Burrow stay healthy. Okay, but right now, Patrick Mahomes is not just Lamar Jackson's daddy. He is the league's daddy, and that's just how it is, Chris. And look, it was a choppy start because you have this illegal formation thing that looked super egregious. And I asked you in the pre-show, I said, how does this happen, right? I mean, you go through, and you know I do love conspiracy theories, but you go through so many practices. Everyone talks about the different rules, and then you come out here and you fire off what felt like 5 illegal formation calls just immediately to start the game as soon as the Ravens get on the field, which, of course, I did think, well, at least the Chiefs are seeing how this is going to be called today. It's only one drive, but who knows? Ravens were essentially the guinea pig for this not new rule, but how they're making sure, hey, we are going to stick to this rule and we are going to emphasize it even more. So the Ravens in that capacity, they were just the guinea pig for the whole league, right?
Yeah, but I don't think so. I think it was honestly a lot to do with they mentioned it a couple times on the broadcast. That was Lamar's first time really commanding the field. Like a lot of the time, like he was the one calling out, hey, lineman, like there's the mic and, adjusting plays. They mentioned that one time when it was a 3rd down and there was a rusher coming from the left outside and Lamar audibles to essentially run an option play where he takes it off the right side away from the blitz. I really think a lot of it was that Lamar was very uncomfortable, at least for the beginning of the game, getting the offense lined up. I just think it was kind of week one definitely has a big factor in it for sure, and it might have just been refs a little bit doing the points of emphasis, but there was a lot of two guys in motion. There was a lot of disjointedness from the Ravens, and I attributed that to they're not used to Lamar commanding the entire offense.
And that goes back to maybe the fact that Lamar, they didn't, play in the preseason. And if you are going to, that's the conversation. Well, if they did 2 drives, what would that have helped anyway? Whatever. But did you really want to try this out in front of the whole world against the Chiefs? And they still had a chance. And then you start thinking,
I think that's why they should feel good about themselves.
Yeah. That's another way to go about breaking all this down. So when you hear the whole cheating conversation, which is everywhere, because it was, well, specifically where the linemen are lined up, right? And how, hey, you're lined up in the wrong spot. It keeps getting called, which to that, I don't know if that specific issue is on Lamar, because Lamar isn't
if he's sending people in motion and there's already somebody up.
Yeah.
Things like that.
So it was Ravens 7 penalties for 64 yards. Chiefs 6 penalties for 45 yards. So essentially 20-yard difference, right? Which if you go on social media right now, I think you would think that's a lot of yards, but I think you would feel like it was much more egregious than that. And the Ravens 1 first down from penalties. Again, if you went on social media, you would think the Chiefs had a lot more than 2 first downs for penalties. And I think the beginning of the game, and it was just weird stuff throughout the whole thing. And that's why I wanted to look at the actual box score, because when you look at the box score, look, 20 yards is nothing to sneeze at, but there were some weird things. I mean, I know you saw the 2 plays that I saw. There was a play where Ravens, there looked like 2 face masks and there was no call, right? There was that play. There was and this one goes back and forth a lot. It was early in the game, the horse collar tackle. Yeah. But it really was, you're pulling the jersey. They need to figure that out, because horse collar, you get a lot of yards for that. Yeah. You know what I mean? Then there was, I think on one of Lamar's big runs, there was a holding that maybe was a little bit soft. And then people are really going down the rabbit hole, Chris, as far as, we're explaining why the Chiefs were wrong in this capacity, and the mic got cut off, right? And it was Goodell is cutting off the mics, and it got a little bit out of control. The one thing that also had a lot of people fired up was Steve Spagnuolo calling a timeout, which is just simply not allowed as a coordinator. And look, it's the ref's first game too. How these things always seem to fall in the hands of the Chiefs, I don't know, but I feel like we say that a lot for teams. I felt the same way about the Patriots.
Yeah, I'm
right?
like, I hate this narrative. It's so trash. I just think everybody's just crying because the Chiefs. I mean, was maybe some did calls go the Chiefs' way? Possibly. Yeah, sure. But does that mean that there's some big conspiracy? The league is in cahoots to get the. I think it happens in games, and whatever. This is the first game of the season. Everybody's paying attention, so maybe it gets hyper focused. But there's going to be tons of games this weekend where I'm sure you can watch 2 or 3 of them, and you'll say, wow, the Jets or whatever. I mean, the Jets are playing on Monday, but tonight, whatever. Tonight. Yeah, tonight. The Eagles gets a ton of benefit of the doubt calls, and wow, I just think that sometimes, refs can, whether intentional or not, lean towards one side when it comes to calls. And, if that is the case, then, that's just kind of how games happen sometimes. I just didn't think that it was that big of a deal. I mean, I definitely noticed all of the penalties, but there was a lot of things on the football field that also led to the Ravens not winning that game. Like if Lamar Jackson hits Zay Flowers wide open in the end zone, we're not talking about this. If his feet are a centimeter back and they get that game-tying touchdown, or maybe even go for 2 and win the game, I just don't think we're talking about any of it. So I don't know. The penalties and the officials being in the Chiefs' pocket, I just don't think that really was, for me, the story of last night.
Yeah, I do think even if the Ravens won, it would still be talked about, but it wouldn't be as ridiculous as it currently is. Here is the call from last night when Steve Spagnuolo called the timeout, and everybody was trying to figure out what in the world is going on.
They might take a timeout. KC needs a timeout here, and they got it. So Steve Spagnuolo ran down the sideline to get the timeout call there, as the Chiefs had a little bit of defensive confusion.
Yeah, and I think Andy Reid's a little concerned with that one too. because it didn't look like Baltimore totally had their act together either.
But it's also the defensive coordinator coming down to call timeout as well, and not the head coach. Can I bring Terry McCauley in, our 3-time Super Bowl referee, our rules analyst? Terry, that's not the way it's supposed to go.
He can't do that. It has to be the head coach that comes down. The assistant coach, nobody else can call timeout on the sideline except the head coach.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
Chiefs are cheating. League's in.
But what happens there, right? The same way NBA has a 2-minute report, does the NFL come out and say, hey, we missed that one? Or they just keep it pushing?
I think they just keep it pushing. I mean, yeah. There's no 2-minute report in football. I mean, it's just one of those where the refs got to get it right in the moment and I don't know what it would be. I mean, in the NBA, you call a timeout that you're not supposed to call, it's a technical foul. I don't know what it would be in the NFL. Maybe it would just be a personal foul, 15 yards or something like that, but I don't think I've ever seen anything like that, and I'm surprised Spagnuolo, who's been a coordinator for the Chiefs for a couple of years now, I don't know what he was thinking.
Right.
Because like that shouldn't even be in your brain.
Yeah.
I mean, he obviously spent some time as a coach, but as a head coach, but he's been a coordinator long enough to know.
And you know what was bizarre about that? When I watched the video, the ref that he is pointing to is not the ref that called the timeout.
Right.
So the whole thing was just bizarre, but to your point, you look, and I saw Antonio Brown say that it actually was on Zay Flowers. He was supposed to
stop the route short. Maybe.
Yes. When you see your quarterback scrambling, the bottom line is it doesn't matter if it's Derrick Henry, who looked a bit washed, by the way, if we're being honest. He looks more like a fullback at this point. The Thunder has a little bit too much thunder, if you know what I mean. It doesn't matter what the Ravens seem to do. Again, the Chiefs just seem to own them, as well as owning the whole league, and specifically Patrick Mahomes. Lamar can play out of his mind. And you know what it reminds me of, Chris, as we have a comparison we're about to get into between Lamar and Patrick Mahomes and James Harden and Steph Curry. It reminds me of when the Warriors would just let LeBron do whatever he wanted, right? And look, one of the years it almost led to LeBron winning the MVP, even though the Warriors won the whole thing. It just reminds me of, look, Lamar can cook as much as he wants. We're going to stick to our game plan, and he can't do it all. And ultimately, he tries his darndest to be Superman, and he just has seemed to fall short time and time again. Coming up next, we have that conversation with Lamar Jackson and one Patrick Mahomes. Is there an NBA comparison? And the one that we have for you, does it resonate? Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sacktownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, The Stingers Up Podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com.
It's unforgiving. It starts with a nod of the head, a lifetime in 8 seconds, known as rodeo. 90th Annual Marysville Stampede is coming to the Cotton Rosso Arena September 14th and 15th. If you want to see rodeo's best, you better be there. It's a whole weekend of the best pro rodeo action for the whole family. Bareback, saddle bronc, bull riding, plus the Flying Cowboys BMX motorcycle show. It's just $25 for adults and $15 for kids 4 to 12. Don't you miss 1 second of the heart-pounding, ground-shaking, bucking, twisting rodeo action. Get your tickets at MarysvilleStampede.com. The 90th Annual Marysville Stampede, Saturday, September 14th at 5 p.m. and Sunday, September 15th at 3:30 p.m. at the Cotton Rosso Arena in Marysville. Tickets are available now at MarysvilleStampede.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
High Voltage live boxing action returns to Northern California Saturday, September 21st at the venue at Thunder Valley with Thunder Showdown, featuring the undefeated 12th ranked welterweight in the world, Amari Jones. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Play card subject to change.
Get your tickets for the Marysville Stampede September 14th and 15th at MarysvilleStampede.com.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
When you are great, when you are becoming a legend, you hinder other greats and other potential legends from becoming their best self. We've seen this time and time again with the Karl Malones of the world and guys that had to go up against Michael Jordan. It's a little bit different in this situation, and I saw this comparison, and we can take this a couple of different ways, guys, because I have a couple different places we can take it. But I saw this yesterday and wanted to get your thoughts on this, Chris, and obviously everyone's thoughts. First time calling out the phone line since I have returned, 916-339-1140. By the way, that's the same number you're going to use at 12 o'clock to win Dion Cole tickets, at 1 o'clock to win Dion Cole tickets. Why would you just make up a number, huh? 1 p.m. to get Dion Cole tickets. And here's the situation, Chris.
Okay.
I saw this yesterday, and here's a guy who has won an MVP, and the Houston Rockets team that we talk about, that if it wasn't for Chris Paul hamstring, possibly could have beaten the Warriors. And I saw this yesterday, and somebody said Lamar Jackson is the James Harden to Patrick Mahomes' Steph Curry. And it just got me thinking, I don't even know if I agree with it or not, but I thought it was an interesting conversation. And the other thing I thought about, and another way to take this as well, is who is the most frustrated with one Patrick Mahomes? Because I'm thinking last night, is it Lamar Jackson? Is it the 49ers organization?
Sure.
Is it Josh Allen? I don't know if it's Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow did beat him straight up. But number one, is Lamar Jackson, James Harden to Mahomes' Steph Curry? And number two, who would you say is probably the most annoyed with Patrick Mahomes' existence right now?
Yeah, sure. He definitely can be, in the sense of, like you said, I mean, he's actively preventing Lamar from getting to where he wants, and they're both MVPs and all that stuff. So sure, I mean, there's obviously still a good amount of time for Lamar to even that out. Me and Nate yesterday were going through some of the numbers of the Mahomes-Jackson rivalry, and it definitely tracks. I mean, now Lamar Jackson is 1-5, I think it is, against Patrick Mahomes all time. But we also pointed out that, Peyton Manning lost his first 6 matchups to Tom Brady and then won his last 3. So, it could just be an early, hey, you got me in the first half, but in the second half of the career, maybe things flip. There's no reason to necessarily think that's going to happen.
Not the way Lamar plays.
Yeah. I think it's fine. I think it's a fine comparison. But it's still I don't know. Honestly, the problem is I don't know if Lamar is James Harden. I mean, I think, again, for MVPs, sure, I think that syncs up, but I think Josh Allen has just as much of a right to say he's he's the James Harden of this conversation, like you said. And then the second part, who is the most upset at Patrick Mahomes' existence? I mean, the answer, of course, is just everybody.
Right.
There's no way the Raiders are super thrilled that
Right.
Patrick Mahomes is just running around here or anything like that. Though the Raiders have definitely had his number to an extent for how much you can have a guy like Patrick Mahomes' number. It probably is the Niners, because the Niners, you could definitely make that argument. Not that Mahomes personally yanked that trophy away from them, but there's a really good chance that both of those Super Bowls. I mean, the Niners were in a winning position in both of those Super Bowls, and not really specifically because Patrick Mahomes, but they lose them both. And Mahomes definitely plays a big factor in both of them. You can definitely make that argument. I'd probably say Josh Allen, though. Josh Allen could be the best quarterback in the NFL if Patrick Mahomes doesn't exist. You can make the argument that classic game that we all remember where, the Chiefs score with 13 seconds left. That could have been the Bills' year to win a Super Bowl or at least go to a Super Bowl. It's probably Josh Allen because he's the next one up, right? Like he's the second quarterback that I think a lot of people universally would go to, if not Lamar. But I would still probably say Josh Allen's probably the one that benefits the most.
Even though Lamar, because Josh Allen doesn't have MVPs, right? He doesn't have the accolades that Lamar has.
Sure. But with Lamar won, last year's the year that you can point to that he would have
the
gone.
Year that I think he would have. I think what you're saying is essentially MVP accolades don't equal the postseason success that you think Josh Allen
and respect just in general.
Had.
Yeah, I think Josh Allen would be considered, because I think it would just be the same conversation with different characters. I think people would still say Lamar probably is these MVPs because he's so spectacular, does the running, does the passing. But I think people would still say Josh Allen's the more pure, full packaged quarterback. And a lot of people I still think would prefer Josh Allen's quarterback style over Lamar Jackson's.
Yeah, there's a part of me that I know a lot of Niners fans were worried about the Ravens because the Ravens put a hurting on them.
Yeah.
And what was it on Christmas? But I feel like the Niners would have beat the Ravens last season.
I think they would have had something for them,
now,
for sure, yeah.
I also think that was
it wouldn't have looked like the regular season. That's for damn sure.
Now, I also feel like the Ravens, because they just played so good in that game.
Incredible. Brock threw 5 interceptions or whatever.
And we were talking about 50 Cent and earlier in the pre-show, and he still hung around. 50 Cent had a great career, but in the club, he never got bigger than in the club. And I feel like what the Ravens did to the Niners on Christmas, you're going to look at the film, but you're not going to play better than that.
No.
And so in that situation, I feel like the Niners would have had all the momentum to say, we can't play worse than that.
Yeah, they'd also been there before with that group. Obviously, the Ravens not in that situation.
So I feel like one of them would have, that's why people are having this conversation, because one of them would have won if there was no Patrick Mahomes. And I think that it could be, I think what you're saying is Josh Allen might have more of a stranglehold on the AFC if there was no Patrick Mahomes.
At least from a narrative perspective.
Yes.
Again, I think he has the most to gain.
Yeah.
I think he makes the most movement.
Yeah, I would go with Lamar Jackson. I think that Lamar Jackson, personally, I feel like when we read a lot of the scouting stuff and things that the players have to say, I feel like players think really highly of Lamar Jackson, and maybe more highly than we do at times. So because of that, I'm going to err on the side of the players and of those that are in the league and say that Lamar Jackson probably wishes that Mahomes doesn't exist the most from a player standpoint. Obviously, from a team standpoint, it's clearly the Niners. The Niners, they'd be knocking on, you could argue they'd be knocking on Dynasty's door. If not for the Chiefs, but he does exist, and now he's going out to do something that has never been done before and to get this three-peat. And if he pulls this off, there's not really much else to talk about in general. You're going to have a bunch of Mahomes clones that are coming out. I don't know that I would call Caleb Williams a Mahomes clone, but all these young guys, it's kind of funny, Chris, because in basketball, there's a ton of Paul George clones. And what's funny is Paul George never won anything, but the prototype of Paul George, being big, being able to guard multiple positions, having that versatility, can score the basketball, can shoot the basketball. Everybody wants to be Paul George, right? Or a lot of these young guys want to be Paul George. As far as Mahomes is concerned, I think it's the same thing, whether it's that kid in Nebraska who I'm really excited for that game.
Raiola.
Yeah, all of our big college football fans here at 1140, all of the listeners, I know you're excited for that one. Maybe we'll talk about that.
Texas, Michigan this week.
That's right. It's a huge weekend for us. Yeah. We're all out there. Whether it's Raiola, whether it's Caleb Williams, guys like that, they're going to continue to be Mahomes clones the same way we saw a lot of Steph clones, right? I mean, there was conversation just as far as Buddy shooting the basketball. Not that he would be Steph, but if you remember, in college, there were conversations about, hey, could Buddy do this, and what could he turn into? The Trae Youngs of the world. When it comes to Lamar, he's almost so unique that a lot of the guys that do the Lamar stuff, and I know the Boston College quarterback, when they beat Dave's Seminoles, people were saying he could be that guy, but I just feel like Lamar is one of one. I mean, I don't even know. We still do the Michael Vick thing. I don't even know how similar they are if you actually watch them. I just feel like Lamar is one of one, and I think it would be great if Lamar got one. But to that point, as far as Mahomes is concerned, people are trying to create the next Mahomes, and I don't know who out there is necessarily trying to create the next Lamar.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's I don't even know if Patrick Mahomes necessarily, like, Patrick Mahomes just plays that gunslinger, I guess isn't even the right, Mahomes almost plays, I just feel like Mahomes, yes, is the model, but we've seen Mahomes's before. Like, Johnny Manziel was a version of Patrick Mahomes before Patrick Mahomes even existed, obviously in college, not in the NFL. I just think Lamar, like you're saying, is a little bit more of a one-of-one kind of case. Like, we've seen Malik Cunningham, who was even, his replacement at Louisville didn't end up being a Lamar Jackson. Hendon Hooker, guys, there's been a lot of guys who are crazy good runners that don't end up being in the NFL because you do have to have a certain arm. And Lamar, as much as we criticize him for his arm, is passable. He's more than passable as a passer. He's not an elite level passer at all, but I think that's really the tough part with a Lamar Jackson is there's a lot of guys who have the speed or near the speed of a Lamar. It's merging it with the passing. The Mahomes thing, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you could argue that Patrick Mahomes just does an Aaron Rodgers impression. Like, I think that's just more being an elite quarterback and being able to kind of have the complete package of not necessarily a runner like Lamar, but being a scrambler, being somebody who's able to kind of navigate in the pocket and be squirrely back there. I just think it's easier to find those kind of guys because that takes a level of athleticism, but it doesn't necessarily take a special freak kind of athleticism. So yeah, I think it's a lot easier, as crazy as that is, to replicate what Patrick Mahomes does versus what Lamar does, at least at a pro level.
Yeah, in theory, you can look for that more than you can look for. That guy's doing it in college, but I have which is why Lamar, he went late, first round, but this is why teams felt, I don't know how that's going to translate.
And let's also, point out that the Ravens definitely have made it work, right? Like, they have intentionally tried to make the Lamar thing work. And frankly, it just has to be somebody who's worth the time and effort to orchestrate your entire offense. I mean, you watched the game yesterday. They don't really pass the ball down the field. There's a lot of Zay Flowers bubble routes that, that's not really typically how you're going to treat a lot of MVP caliber quarterbacks. Most of those guys are throwing the ball down the field. I think part of it, too, is that the Ravens have done a great job, though it's been, 7-8 years of them trying to find the perfect offense to cater this guy around. And even this one, we don't know if this is going to work. They took the ball under center more last night than I've seen them do in a while. Like, I don't know if this new iteration of Lamar Jackson is going to be good, but it looked great last night. But he also ran the ball 15 times. I don't think he can do that for 17 weeks.
Coming up next, we tie a bow on the Ravens and Chiefs. Also, some notes on one Ricky Pearsall. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America NA.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints of the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, home runs have been a big story for the A's as they hit 16 on the recent road trip, and they picked it up back at home on Labor Day with 2 by Shea Langoliers, including a walk-off, giving him 25 for the year, including 24 while catching. In the long history of the A's franchise, only Terry Steinbach hit more while behind the plate. He hit 34 back in 96.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay to store bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
Continuing the conversation on one Lamar and Patrick Mahomes. Also have some notes on Ricky Pearsall, who's back at practice, which is incredible. And then at 11 o'clock, we get into this Troy Aikman conversation with Kevin Clark on his show about Brock Purdy's draft affecting how people view him. Chris, I was thinking, we got on to something right before the break, and I want to continue the conversation. Okay. First of all, I don't know if you heard this, but I did hear it, and my buddy texted me about it. Did you find it, or do you agree with Collinsworth yesterday, Chris Collinsworth? Did you hear him say both of these guys are pocket passers?
No,
and Lamar's always been a pocket passer. Did you hear that?
I did not hear that.
He straight up said that.
I did not hear that.
And I heard it. And, you start thinking these guys know more about football than the rest of us. And I'm thinking, I guess Lamar is a pocket passer. I completely missed the boat on that. Nate, did you hear that as well? I thought it was super random.
What I just heard Collinsworth. He's one of my least favorite, man.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
I know, but
the take. I never heard anyone say that Lamar Jackson is a pocket passer.
Yeah, and then we were having this conversation this morning. Like, if Lamar was a pocket passer, would Mark Andrews be better? So I don't think anyone sees him as that. He was really gushing over Lamar's weight loss too.
Yeah,
like he was trying to
210 now.
He was trying not to talk about it, and then when it did, he's like, "Can I finally mention how skinny and good Lamar looks?"
Yeah, skinny Lamar.
It's like, calm down, bro.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I thought wasn't last season. This is the type of funny stuff to me that I don't know if it ultimately matters, but there's just things you need to be better at, right? And this is not a Lamar bash sesh, but Chris, there was a time where I thought I needed to gain weight.
Okay.
In baseball, right? Because I wanted to
hit further,
hit
right?
more dingers,
yeah.
right? And I hit more dinger. I thought, all right, I got to gain more weight. I got to hit more dingers. Then next thing you know, I'm not stealing as much, right? Mm-hmm. Season goes by, I did not hit more dingers because the problem was my launch angle was trash, right? Or I wasn't getting aggressive enough on 3-1 counts or 2-1 counts. I wasn't altering, not to alter my swing, but I wasn't really getting into it. It wasn't a matter of the 10 pounds. It was that there is something that you need to improve on. So for me, when you're talking about little things like that, and then you see a Jose Altuve who probably weighs less than all of us, he has no problem hitting dingers, and Mookie Betts and these guys, because they know what they're doing with their body. They just have better swings than me. So when I see this year, it's Lamar's bulked up, and this year Lamar is skinny. Just learn how to throw the football better, because skinny Lamar didn't help you.
Well,
miss Zay Flowers.
Football's a little bit different than baseball because he gains weight so that he can take hits.
But now he just lost all the way back
so that he can avoid the hits. But that's what I'm saying. You got to learn these things. You got to learn these things.
You got to trying out stuff.
Yeah, to an extent, you got to figure it out. You got to figure out what's the perfect body size for you in the NFL. It might be different than what it's been your entire life because guys are bigger, stronger, faster in the NFL, and you have to decide, okay, is it more beneficial to me to take these hits and bulk up so I can take it, or is it more beneficial that I lose the weight so I'm not taking any hits because I'm just outrunning them, but if I do take that hit, it could be the last hit I take all year.
No, and I understand that. I understand all that. What I'm saying is it's just so specific with Lamar versus these other elite guys. I don't know what Josh Allen weighs. I don't know what Patrick Mahomes weighs because it doesn't matter. It does not matter.
Well, because they're not skinny. That's the difference.
Lamar wasn't skinny. He's skinny now.
He was pretty small in terms of, like, Jaden Daniels is going to go through the same exact thing.
So then he's going to bulk up and then say, okay, I gained too much. And
guaranteed.
Because Lamar just lost this weight.
Anthony Davis did the same thing. Trey Lyles just lost tons of weight last year. It's definitely a thing for sure.
But I do think, just like you said, that to me, if you're not going to compare baseball and that, then I'm not going to compare basketball.
Sure. I'm more just saying that it's definitely a thing that happens in the sports, and it's for it's for a specific reason. Well, what's the argument that you're making?
I'm just saying it doesn't. I don't think it matters. Lamar just won MVP, and he wasn't skinny Lamar.
Yeah.
So I'm just not sure what he's trying to accomplish at this point.
Maybe he's saying, look, I ran 15 times today. I'm going to run a lot more this year, and I need to be like you said Derrick Henry's washed. Maybe he's thinking, I need to be our lead running back, and I need to be able to run faster than everybody else because those are the only ways we're going to get explosive runs this year, maybe.
With that being said, and I promise you, I do like Lamar. But with that being said, and this has come up before, as you talked about the Zay Flowers, bubble screens, things like that, do you think that as much as he's respected, right, from the defensive side of the ball, do you think that any of these elite wide receivers, if they had their choice of who they would want to play with, and if they couldn't play with their current QB, right, if these elite receivers, whether it's CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase, all these guys, where do you think Lamar would fall on that list for them?
Probably not as high as what the other rankings are. Like he'd probably still be top 5, I would guess. But I don't think he would be top 3. I think
who's the worst quarterback that might get picked over Lamar?
Probably some people that would say Matt Stafford.
Well, I was thinking Tua.
I don't know. I don't know about Tua.
He's made Tyreek and Waddle look good.
Yeah, no, I mean, he would not be the one that I would think. I mean, for sure, obviously Mahomes, for sure. I would guess Josh Allen is going to get some votes. I would definitely think Joe Burrow gets some votes. And yeah, like I said, I think Lamar would be near the top 5. I think he would probably be a lot of people's number 4. But I do think that I don't know. I only say Matt Stafford because he is a guy that can really air it out. Sure. He's like the ultimate, hey, this guy can throw for 400 yards if you're just going to give him a pass-friendly offense. I mean, I don't think that Jared Goff is thought that highly around the league. I don't think Tua is. Maybe you'd get some Dax in there. I definitely don't think many people would go with Dak, but I would think that he's probably top 5.
Yeah. I don't know that he is. And look, I'm taking a lot. This is what we do in football, right? Or at least this is what I do. I'm taking a lot of stock. Aaron Rodgers. I'm taking a lot of stock into this game 1. And Lamar played really well, but I'm saying Lamar played. That was Louisville. I mean, that was classic Lamar. And I'm thinking if I'm Justin Jefferson or whoever, brother, I just want to run a route and just deliver me the football.
Yeah,
for sure. That's what I'm thinking as well. So look, they played well. Hopefully, like you said, they almost beat the Chiefs, and they had a lot of things to iron out. I would say the Chiefs, hey, they didn't have Hollywood Brown, who was a guy who, if I'm not mistaken, was one of the guys who maybe wanted to play with more of a traditional guy, right? It didn't work out there in Baltimore. So, yeah, very interested in how that all turns out. And like we talk about, this is what the NFL is so good at, the storylines and how things just evolve throughout the course of the season. And this is what's so funny. Real quick on the text line, had to read my beloved text line now that I'm back. Number from the 916 earlier on when we were talking about who Patrick Mahomes is annoying the most. They basically didn't agree with the Josh Allen take because Lamar was in the AFC Championship. The next text says 209, y'all are crazy. Lamar is not in the top 10, which I think both. I think
that's insane.
Yes.
I think that's more outside than anything I've ever heard.
Sure. But that's guys like he is a acquired taste, right? He's almost escargot, right? He's expensive and he's really good. Caviar, but some people might not like that type of thing. Yeah. Coming up next, we continue the quarterback conversation, and that was my other question. Justin Jefferson rather play with one Brock Purdy than Lamar Jackson. Let's hear what Troy Aikman has to say and why I am so tired of this take. It's over, Troy. It's over. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Most amateurs like to play for something on the course, and you'll be pleased to know the USGA doesn't object to informal wagering when it's a friendly bet with your friends. Some of the most popular wagers are the Nassau, which is 3 bets. Low score on the front, low score on the back, and a low score for the full 18. In a round robin, 2 members of the foursome team up against the other 2, but the catch is the partners rotate every 6 holes. In skins, the player that wins the hole earns the skin. If there's a tie, the skin is carried over and the next hole is worth 2 skins. And of course, don't forget wagers for greenies, landing your shot on a par 3 green, sandies, earning a save from the sand, woodies, parring after hitting a tree, and of course, Arnies, parring without hitting the fairway in honor of Arnold Palmer. So play away. Your amateur status is safe. For Golf to Go, I'm Frank LaRosa.
Hey, listen up. This is your Sacktown Sports live events calendar. First on the lineup is the Lodi Grape Festival coming September 12th through the 15th. And then rock out to Zeppelin USA at Thunder Valley on September 19th. On September 20th, laugh your heart out with comedy superstar Nikki Glazer at Thunder Valley. And the laughs keep on coming on September 21st with George Lopez when he takes the stage at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. If you're a country fan, you won't want to miss Winona Judd at Hard Rock Live on September 28th. And then on October 4th, comedy legend Rob Schneider is bringing the laughs to Hard Rock Live Sacramento. On October 20th, you don't want to miss Renee Vaca as he brings his hilarious stand-up to the Crest Theater. And finally, gear up for the ultimate Halloween bash with a $5,000 costume contest. It's Sinners and Saints Saturday at Thunder Valley on Saturday, October 26th. Costumes, music, and plenty of thrills. And that's your Sacktown Sports live events calendar. For details, go to sacktownsports.com. And stay locked on to Sacktown Sports for your chance to win tickets.
When is the best time to buy a new air conditioning system? Right now with Bell Brothers end of summer clear out sale. You'll get up to $2,700 off a top-of-the-line AC system. Plus, no payments or interest for 1 year for qualified buyers. Call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or go online to thenosurpriseguys.com because we only have a limited number of new top-of-the-line AC systems. And when they're gone, this offer is over. Need more info? Call us. Estimates and second opinions are always free. So call now for up to $2,700 off a new premium AC system. And no payments or interest for 1 year. Plus, if you call now, we'll throw in your choice of a free smart thermostat or indoor air purification system. But you have to call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or online at thenosurpriseguys.com. Remember, end of summer is the best time to buy and save on a new AC system. Thenosurpriseguys.com.
High Voltage live boxing action returns to Northern California Saturday, September 21st at the venue at Thunder Valley with Thunder Showdown featuring the undefeated 12th-ranked welterweight in the world, Amari Jones. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Fight card subject to change.
Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram off Business 80 next to Hagen Oaks or online SacSuperstore.com. Big inventory and the right deal. Experience it for yourself and see why their customers drive away smiling. It's the Sac Superstore difference.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Happy Friday. Stiles and Watkins, 1 hour down, hour 2 coming up. Back in the building. I'm feeling good. Feeling good.
What's after hour 2?
3. Nicely done. I'll actually give that one a pretty good rating there. DJ Bedhead makes his return. And the NFL slate makes its return. That is at 1 p.m. But September 21st, this September, feel the thunder with the ultimate high voltage live boxing event that you have to see to believe right now over at sacktownsports.com. You can enter to win our tickets to check out the Thunder Showdown only at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. September 21st. Terms and conditions apply. For more information and to enter to win, visit sacktownsports.com. I really want to go see a boxing match. I think I'm going.
So you're going to go to this. Okay, you mentioned this to me and Chris.
Yeah.
Would you want to go? Okay, hypothetically, let's say we go and we bring both our Kaylas, right? This is this scenario we had almost a year ago, maybe not a year ago, maybe like 7-8 months ago. It was during the King season. How would we sit? How are you having a sit?
For our situation, I think it would be me and you in the middle.
Okay.
Because they don't know each other.
Yeah, but they have the same name.
They don't know each other.
Okay.
I'm going ladies on the outside, guys on the inside.
Dudes on the inside.
I was thinking it was just going to be a guy's trip anyway. I wasn't even trying to.
Kayla likes to go to things like that. Just anything.
A nice little show up in like an animal coat or something like that.
That's what I'm saying.
You got to show out.
Well, that's
if
what
you're
I'm
gonna go to
going.
a boxing match, you got to look ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like no shirt under,
Yeah.
but just just like the bare cloth
And
over
eye
it.
black.
You know,
They're like, "Are you a boxer?
Are you fighting tonight?"
No, I'm just sitting in the nosebleeds.
Yeah.
No, I'm in the worst possible seats.
Yeah.
Alan just throwing punches the entire night.
I'm just cooking.
Yeah.
Here and at Thunder Valley a little bit later. All right, let's get into what Troy Aikman had to say. This was on Kevin Clark's show. And this is something, guys, that was a thing, and I just don't think it's a thing anymore, but we're going to continue to talk about it. And I have some details about this whole idea. Here's what he had to say.
I'm a big fan of Brock Purdy's. And if he had been a first-round pick, we'd all be talking about what an amazing player he is. But because he was the last player taken in the 7th round, he's had an uphill climb in terms of being appreciated for his abilities as opposed to just being a product of the offense. I've always believed that, I think a lot of people get enamored with arm strength. Can this guy run? Can he do all these things athletically? But ultimately, you have to be able to make good decisions and you have to throw the ball straight. And Brock Purdy is a great example of that. That for the most part, he makes really good decisions. He's accurate with the football. And then he leaves it up to the playmakers to create separation and get themselves open. And then he delivers the football. So I think he's playing the position at a really high level. I don't care where he was drafted. I don't care what people say about him. I think he's a terrific player.
I don't really disagree with what Troy Aikman had to say as far as just the breakdown of Brock Purdy. But I am just done in a couple ways. Okay. I'm done with this conversation because I just don't know that it's true anymore. I don't think people see Brock Purdy. And if anything, Chris, from what I've heard, people actually give him more the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
Yeah. Because he's cheap and the Niners are getting great value. So that's really what I've seen. There's haters out there, but I don't think the haters are out there because of his draft position. The second reason, so I just don't think that's still happening. The second reason I have an issue with this is because maybe from a vacuum standpoint, in a vacuum, I get what he's saying. But the context of this that's missing has just started to annoy me. So yesterday, as I'm getting ready to get back into show mode, and I'm hearing what he had to say, I thought, well, let's actually do the exercise. Okay, Brock was taken in 2022. All right. Kenny Pickett, and by the way, that draft class was terrible.
Horrible.
The last
even at
two,
the time, it was terrible.
Yeah,
Kenny Pickett goes middle first round.
Exactly, and Desmond Ridder went in the 3rd round. Yeah. Okay, so both of these guys are not on the team that drafted them. We don't even know how long they're going to be in the league. 2021 wasn't much better. All right, so let's swap it. And let's just put Brock in that position. And I know this isn't perfect, but my point is if we're going to continue to have this conversation, let's have it. Kenny Pickett was the only QB taken in the 1st round of 2022. So if they selected Brock Purdy, where are the Steelers right now? And I do think that they would be better. Let's not forget there was a little bit of hype with the Steelers last season and the Niners beat them. I think they would be better, but would Brock have been to a conference championship, 2 conference championships, and have a Super Bowl appearance under his belt? I don't know.
Probably not.
And I just the idea, what I'm getting at is the reason you can't have the 1st round conversation without context is because if Brock was drafted in the 1st round, he wouldn't have gone to the you don't go to teams like that. The only person we know that wouldn't have played like this, right, is Trey Lance because he did it. And he was drafted in the 1st round, very similar to what we were talking about with your boy JJ McCarthy being out and what the Vikings are going to do. So we know Trey Lance is just not that good of a QB. And even still, they did not have Christian McCaffrey when Trey Lance was there. Would that have made him better? No. But my point is, you have a Brock Purdy who got drafted to a team in the 7th round that was fully loaded. If he had went in the 1st round, if he goes to the Panthers instead of Bryce Young,
right?
And I'm not trying to take anything away from Bryce. I'm just saying that is just too simple of a take to me. And it's been said for years, and I never agreed with it because you're just leaving out a very important piece.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think it goes both ways. I mean, I think the Niners' success is obviously helped by Brock Purdy and how well he's played. But yeah, 100%, Brock is not the same guy and isn't talked about in the same light if he's on pretty much any other team in the league. I mean, yeah, they are absolutely stacked with talent, and that's played a huge factor into why he's been so great. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a little bit missed in that 1st round conversation. I think if I had to play devil's advocate, that maybe he's more just referring to if there was a level of hype going into, and even then you've said you don't agree with it, but if there was a level of hype going into Brock's career, we wouldn't have doubts about whether or not this is legitimate or whether this is going to continue, or is he going to continue to get better, or is this just who he is? Has he peaked early because he had never been this good before? So I think that's maybe what Troy is trying to get at.
It wouldn't be viewed as a fluke.
Maybe some people are still viewing it as, okay, he's fine, but I don't think he's going to get better, whereas every other quarterback that's taken in the 1st round, if you've had the success that Brock had over the first 2 years of his career, the assumption is, well, this is just the start of his career. He's only going to continue to get better. And that conversation isn't really had when it comes to Brock. It feels like people say, no, Brock Purdy is who he is right now, and that's just the guy that he's going to be. He's already maximized his entire potential.
And also, once the Niners lose guys, which now they
might not.
Yeah, first it was
who's it going to be? Who are they going to lose?
Nobody.
They're all locked up.
I'm not believing any more reports on anything until an actual
somebody's gone.
trade is made or something like that. So I think a good comparison that you bring up, and it's not perfect, I think a good comparison is CJ Stroud. Because CJ Stroud had one good season, and he's on everybody's top 10 list. I mean, he's on some people's top 6.
5. There's some people who have him top 5
already. And there's no question as to whether this guy's legit or not. And he was the 2nd pick in the draft. I think the only difference to that is, even still, that Texans team, he elevated that Texans team. The expectations for that Texans team
were in the dumpster.
Were not where he is. So that still isn't even a perfect example. But I understand what you're saying as far as it's all chicken or the egg, because people think it's a fluke because of the roster. He's on that roster because he went last. So I understand that side of it, and I'm not trying to poke holes in what Troy Aikman is saying. I just think it's too simple, because most of the time players, and really the Caleb Williams thing will be interesting, because that team, they really did set up that team to not stink in his first year. But most of the time, it's a Bryce Young situation. Whoever the Jets have, Zach Wilson with the Jets, they're just not good. And you're all just going to go through your lumps and bruises and grow together. And Brock Purdy didn't really have to do that.
I mean, and we're not going to find out an answer to Brock's, is it legitimate or not until probably next year or the year after. I mean, once you really start to feel the effects of, like you said, I mean, and it might not ever happen, but I think until Brock starts to, maybe it is due to injury, but until he gets less great teammates, I just think that conversation is always going to surround him no matter what. And he's got to, I mean, it's just it's forever going to be on his shoulders to try and prove people wrong, because I think that they're always going to be there. People are always going to deny that what we're seeing is legitimate.
So this also had me thinking, and I do think this is a good, I might actually be countering myself.
Okay.
But it was essentially, and we can take this outside of football, who was a talent, and maybe they weren't necessarily a bust, but just ended up being okay and they could have been better. Who was a talent that maybe could have been better if they got drafted to a better situation? And
there's hundreds of them.
And I think a name that has popped up that I've seen before is, I know people joke his brother is David Carr, right? Like David Carr had nothing, ends up being a quote unquote bust,
Right.
and the Texans gave him nothing, and it was the end of it.
Yeah.
Right now, would he have been Tom Brady on a different team? Who knows? But there are guys out there who, they probably think that an athlete or a competitor is always going to think I could have made it work.
Yeah.
But from the outside looking in, there are definitely guys that maybe could have had better careers. Maybe not what Brock is doing, but if David Carr went to the Niners in the 7th round or guys like that.
Sure.
And I just thought I thought it was just a bit fascinating because who's a guy who just sits on his couch thinking if I didn't go first overall, I mean, very similar to, of a lesser degree, Russell Wilson, right? Russell Wilson, he didn't go last.
Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, Mike Vick.
Exactly. So that is exactly. So they didn't get drafted as high, but they go to better teams. And how could that have all worked out? But I guess when you're a top pick, you're expected to elevate those teams.
Bryce Young, like if Bryce Young had a decent O-line, he might be a good quarterback.
Right.
I know.
Would he be
Or
as
might
good
not
as Brock?
be the worst
Yeah,
quarterback.
Exactly. I'm not saying he'd be as good as Brock,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying these situations really matter. And going last, and more specifically going to the Niners, I think that you can't sit there and just say if he had went in the first round.
Right. Yeah.
The problem is Trey did go, and Trey, he stunk.
Did not. Yeah.
He stunk.
Did not go the right way.
Coming up next, and you could argue now his roster is worse with the Cowboys, but he's just not a good
doing
QB.
it himself at this point.
At least not right now. Coming up next, we get into a Forbes piece from Makai Bruce, who talks about DeMar DeRozan's versatility on offense and how that could help the team defensively. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
Hello? Hey, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. Did you know we've got you fully covered?
I've taken up beekeeping. I'm always covered.
I'm talking the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage at up to half the cost.
Same honey? Half the work?
Exactly.
Sweet.
Just call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated. And you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. We find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get your tickets for the Marysville Stampede September 14th and 15th at MarysvilleStampede.com.
Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
Time to get into some Kings talk here on Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports, taking it to 2 p.m., making our way through a nice Friday. I will say this, Chris, it's 84 degrees now. I was essentially back east when the weather broke. So last week, wifey and baby Stiles were already back there, and it was still super humid. They almost had a summer storm, and it was just this sticky, everything you would expect. I got out there, and I think that Friday I got out there, it was still hot. Saturday, still hot. The weather for fall literally broke on Sunday, and it was perfect. I'm talking 79 degrees, a nice breeze, and it doesn't last. It lasts for a month or so, and then winter comes calling. But I got back yesterday, dude, and look,
it's hot.
I love Sacramento, but I couldn't even walk. I just didn't want to be outside.
100 degrees in September. Make it make sense.
I just didn't want to
make it make sense.
Outside,
we tried to tell you,
And then it gets cold. It gets cold too. It gets cold. There's some days.
Really? I mean, I haven't felt the cold yet.
I need it.
Next week it's gonna feel nice, but
next week it's getting better.
Cold. It's supposed to be, I think, low 90s, high 80s next week.
I'll take it.
Which is better.
I was
a step
thinking,
in the right direction.
How do I golf in this?
You don't. You just don't. You sweat and you get hurt. As Nate was playing that song real quick, I do want to say, I want to throw it out there at least. I have a fantasy team that has Lamar Jackson and Drake London.
Okay.
And I'm trying to get that Lamar and Drake. Like, I need to come up with a team name that has something witty in there. One of my football, I think it might actually be in our 1140 league. It's Nothing Like Us. You know, the Vivek quote.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I think that might be just where I have to go. But I don't like to double up on the name. So if anybody's got any suggestions, please sack chat.
Yeah, you can't do
some sort of
Lamar
Drake
versus
and,
Drake.
Yeah,
You can't do that.
Yeah. That's not bad, but yeah. Something's there. I know something is there. I just need somebody more creative than I to come up with it. So if you got Drake London and Lamar Jackson on your team, please help me out trying to come up with the team name.
Yeah.
Something punny.
I almost missed, and I was freaking out. I almost missed the draft.
Well, you pretty much did. You were like 7 rounds in before you popped in. And at that point, I mean, your fate is kind of already sealed.
Hey,
auto draft people win leagues way too often.
I got CD.
He'll be fine.
I got Jordan. Oh yeah, big day for me today. Jordan Love.
Oh yeah.
Dang,
yeah. You're loaded up. I think you had somebody else too. Because I think you were picking around me, and there was one time where an auto draft took somebody for you, and I was like, of course, it's just how it goes.
It was the time difference. Honestly, I was very confused as to what was going on, and Nate didn't send any reminders.
I definitely sent a reminder, but it's fine.
In a text?
Yeah, to you, Frankie, and Brendan.
Oh, I have that one muted.
Why is that the one you have muted?
Oh no, I have.
All your group.
Okay, all my group chats, my family chat. It's all muted.
Yeah, I've been putting a couple more group messages, and I have now 299 unread messages.
It's just anxiety.
Maybe we can get to 300 today for me.
No,
that'd be pretty great.
I wouldn't like that.
That'd be great.
What I would like is to
A-.
see.
That's a good
one. Oh yeah, that is a good one. Yeah. What I would like is to see how DeMar DeRozan looks on this team in just a couple weeks here.
Now we're a couple weeks.
Yeah, that's more like
we come back on Monday and we're like 2 weeks out.
That's right. Can't wait to talk to all the guys on the team. You're not going to want to miss any of that right here on the flagship in your home of the Sacramento Kings. It's close enough. And we have this Forbes article here that is just talking about DeMar DeRozan and his versatility. This is from Makai Bruce. And one thing that stuck out to me, Chris, was what Makai Bruce had to say about the question marks surrounding DeMar DeRozan. This is what he writes. The biggest question surrounding the DeRozan acquisition is how he helps improve the Sacramento Kings when their issues stemmed from their defensive inefficiencies more than their offensive inefficiencies. The answer is it provides them with even more versatility on offense and more secondary playmaking than they previously had. Although DeRozan is a score-first player, he is a more capable playmaker. His playmaking improved noticeably during his time with the Chicago Bulls, and he will no doubt bring that skill to Sacramento. And that one stuck out to me, Chris, because we talk so much about, oh my goodness, the spacing and things like that. But we also mentioned how this team, outside of De'Aaron, and we know there's the DHO piece of it, but outside of De'Aaron and Malik, needs playmakers, right? And DeMar DeRozan and bringing him into the fold, and he goes on, Makai does, to talk about how his playmaking kind of started when he got to the Spurs and had to just do more, and it continued to evolve once he got to the Bulls, and he couldn't just sit there and worry about himself. He had to get other guys involved. So I think that's something that doesn't get highlighted as much, but another piece of this that the Kings really are going to need if they want to get to where they want to get to.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I feel like we've been talking about it a good bit, that DeMar's been at like 5 assists, over 5 assists a game, really, since he went to San Antonio. We'll see. I mean, it's gonna be really interesting to see how they split the ball handlers, right? I mean, we know that Sabonis is going to have the ball in his hands a ton. We saw last year Malik Monk has a career season running pick and roll with Domantas Sabonis. Is that going to come at the expense of DeMar? Maybe not. Maybe getting more touches and things like that. Keegan Murray, we had talked about yesterday, like Keegan has to continue to develop and grow. Is he going to get stunted because they just have so many mouths to feed or at least to get the ball in their hands? I think it's definitely going to be additive for sure. I mean, you get more guys who can handle the ball, more guys who can create their own shot, more guys who can really, I mean, create for others as well. It's going to lead you to a better offense. There's no question in my mind that the Kings are going to be a better offensive team than they've been. Maybe even the Beam team season better than that, just in terms of the movement, the fluidity, and I think just the overall skill level on offense is going to be through the roof. I mean, really, yeah, the question is for sure defense. And, we talked about it a bit yesterday. I don't know how good the Kings can actually get on that end, but to me, the offense is undoubtedly just going to be incredibly fun because of the amount of players on the floor who are actively looking for cutters and actively great in pick and roll situations. I don't really have any doubts that the Kings are going to be a top 5 offense.
I was literally going to ask you, do you think they could be a top 5 offense?
I think that, I mean, I think they should be a top 3. I think they should definitely be in competition for the best offense in the league. But of course we know, I mean, the Celtics are going to be up there, and, who knows if Indiana is going to look like the same offense that they looked like last year. But the Kings, from a talent standpoint, absolutely have the capability of being a top 5 offense easily, I would say.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, you know how I am when I see these hype videos, right? And these these workout videos. And it looks like Kevin Huerter is on a mission. I'm going to tell you that right now. And this is coming from somebody who has not been high on one Kevin Huerter, and he didn't have the best year. You deal with the down year, you deal with trade talks, you deal with injuries. I think you put all that in a pot and you have a very focused offseason. Obviously, he's still coming back from the injury, which might hinder him to start, but I'm very excited to see the jump from Kevin Huerter. I just think he's going to play better. Very excited to see, obviously, DeMar DeRozan, what he's going to bring to the table. And De'Aaron Fox, who's motivated to get that bag. He wanted Malik to get the bag. Well, now it's his chance to get his own dang bag. So all of these guys have something to prove, and as soon as you see somebody like Stephen A giving them flowers, then you have the other side of it, which we'll get into with Bleacher Report and the defense and everything like that.
I think it's Sacramento.
There you go. And what's funny to me, Chris, is everybody, it feels like Sacramento, and we're going to get into this more at 12, but it feels like everybody is coming down on Sacramento's defense. And is it because Sacramento is a contender that doesn't have a great defense? Because I thought the whole thing was, nobody plays defense anymore. But it specifically seems to be, Sacramento's defense, that's the real problem. But all these other teams, is it because Sacramento is actually viewed as a contender, but the only way to be a real contender is to have at least a better defense than what the Kings have had? Because the whole thing is nobody plays defense anymore.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's definitely part of it. Is if they want to be taken seriously, I think there's a stat that no NBA champion has ever finished below 15th in overall defense. And that's a number that people want them to get over, but also just in general, I mean, it's your odds go up tremendously if you also match the defensive end with your offense. If you can be a top 10 offense and a top 10 defense, a lot of people make the argument that that's better than being a number 5 offense and a number 20 defense. Sure. So it's more just, if you really want to be taken seriously, you can beat a lot of bad teams by having better offense than them, but every good team in the league, like if you look at the Celtics last year, they're top 5 in defense and top 5 in offense. So if you really, really want to be the cream of the crop, you have to be good at both. You can't just be one side. So it is more so, if they want to be taken seriously, they have to take the other side of the ball seriously.
Coming up next, we take a trip around the NBA. Brandon Ingram not attending voluntary mini camps. Meanwhile, out there in Denver, Michael Malone not seeing eye to eye with the Nuggets front office. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Keegan Murray plays here.
Keegan scores another three-pointer. Keegan Murray knocking it down for 23 points. Match De'Aaron Fox for game scoring honors.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Experience a golf tournament as refined as you are. The Pro Court Championship at Silverado Resort, September 12th through the 15th. Be there as the best of Napa meets the best of the PGA Tour. With world-class wine experiences, breathtaking views, and incredible golf. It's like this weekend was made for you. The Pro Court Championship, September 12th through the 15th. For tickets, go to ProCourtChampionship.com.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain.
Dr. Pamela Maida is a board-certified orthopedic surgeon.
As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too.
Good Feet Youth Arch Supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain.
Investing in youth arch supports for your child or teen is one of the best decisions you can make.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
The TaylorMade Tour Van is a one-stop shop for PGA Tour players to get their clubs to exact specifications. And now you can get the same experience at Hagen Oaks when the TaylorMade Tour Van brings their fitting skills to you. On September 20th and 21st, you can be fitted at Hagen Oaks and have your clubs built by the TaylorMade Tour Van. A $25 fitting fee is refundable with any club purchase. Whether you're interested in the QI10 or P770, call 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 to reserve your spot.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Harmony.
I want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
I just don't like going to church, man. I don't like the people there. People at church have like coworker vibes.
Ralph Barbosa, the super cool ass tour.
Like some of them are cool, but most of them, they're just being fake nice because they want that promotion. Like if those are the people that are going to be hanging out in heaven, I just go to hell.
Saturday, September 7th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Get tickets now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss the hilarious Ralph Barbosa live.
Hey everybody, it's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. With the kids back in school, now is the perfect time to go buy a new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. I have one and I love it. And I'm not the only one in my family that loves it. My 12-year-old daughter loves it. In fact, just the other day when I was about to drop her off to school, she said, "Dad, are we taking the nice car out?" And I said, "Yeah, honey, we're taking a Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV." She was so excited to ride in it, and she was so excited to show it off to her friends. She loves the fact that it has seat cooling, seat massaging, and oh yeah, extra room in the back seat for all of her friends. If you don't believe me, just see for yourself. Go test drive one now at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You'll see how the car drives, the comfort it has, and the speed it has on the open road. Just head on down I-5 to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online anytime at mbofstockton.com.
Get your tickets for the Marysville Stampede September 14th and 15th at marysvillestampede.com.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown.
Laughs, and of course, Sacktown Sports wants to get you in the building. All you have to do is hit up the Folsom Lake Honda hotline at 1 p.m. and not a second sooner.
You know what we were talking about when you were gone?
Uh-oh.
We were talking about how if Sacktown Sports had like a 24-hour station, like a TV station essentially, you would be on it so much, like nonstop, all over. And it would be like ridiculousness. Like you would be the ridiculousness of this station.
What does that even mean?
It's a compliment, dude. Like your brand's out there, you're all over. Like we're just trying to fill time, and we're putting reruns of Style Espresso on every day.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna run Kyle's hour-long comedy special on there. We're gonna debut it. It's like a channel, so we're thinking of things. Dave's cooking show is gonna be on there.
Dave's cooking show is gonna be huge.
When is this launching?
Soon, man. Really soon.
Sacktown Plus.
Yeah, Sacktown Plus. That's what we're doing.
I like
Plus.
that.
Yeah.
Can we just do
Yeah.
Sack
Yeah.
Plus?
Yeah.
I like that.
All day. No.
I'm actually really into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we knew you would be.
I'm actually 8,000%.
There we go. We just got to make it happen.
We also couldn't remember the guy that you said I said you were on ridiculousness.
Oh,
the dude on the couch.
Sterling.
Oh,
Sterling.
Sterling.
I still don't know. Don't ask me.
Stilo brim.
Stilo green. Incredible.
And you didn't even look that up.
No, he
didn't.
He was like, let me check the memory bank.
Yeah.
Dude, Sacktown Plus is going to be
It's going to be
nuts.
insane, dude.
Honestly,
it's going to be
the hottest thing since Sacramento's weather. If you know,
be crazy.
What I mean. Well,
It's going to be a movie.
I don't know how hot it is in Denver, but I know it might be hot between Michael Malone and the Nuggets front office. This is per Zach Lowe. There are rumblings that Michael Malone and the Nuggets front office are not seeing eye to eye. He says there are rumblings that the coaching staff and front office, or at least the head coach and the front office, aren't exactly seeing eye to eye in Denver, to a degree even unusual for the NBA. And, you know, Chris, as a team that really we thought, well, some people thought was going to eventually be a dynasty, this thing has completely not fallen off a cliff. I'm not saying all that, but you have a Jamal Murray who, you know, he's trying to do his thing. He wants to get paid. Now there's Michael Malone stuff. And look, where there's smoke, I think there's fire. I think that Michael Malone is a guy who, again, we talk about Lamar Jackson being a bit of a acquired taste, if you will. And I think a lot of these guys are, to be completely fair. And people are essentially discussing, what is this about? Is it about the bench? I mean, they lose KCP and whether or not they feel like this roster is good enough. But I just think that this is good news for the Sacramento Kings, because this is another team who, as good as Jokic is, we at least know they're not getting better, right? Mm-hmm. Which, as we say, or as the saying goes, if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. I've been on the train of the Nuggets regressing, and this makes me feel like the train is even stronger or moving even faster than I initially thought. Again, it's just one report, but, you know, in a Western Conference that teams are just continuing to load up on talent, the Nuggets have done really absolutely nothing.
Yeah, no, they've done nothing. If I had to guess, I mean, the disagreement is probably about defense. Michael Malone is somebody who's like Mike Brown. I mean, like, it doesn't matter how good you're playing on the offensive end. They're going to continue to criticize your defense, or at least ask a lot of you on the defensive end. And, you know, Jamal is probably, you know, saying, you know, hey, the entire league's not playing defense. It's not that I'm not, you know, playing it. It's just, I think that, especially with KCP being gone, I'm sure there's going to be more of a defensive mentality that Mike wants from specifically Jamal Murray, who's going to be out there for a good amount of time. So, you know, it makes sense. Like you said, I think Mike Malone is definitely somebody who doesn't always make friends in buildings. We definitely saw that here in Sacramento. Whether or not fans agreed with it or not, there was clearly a very, very big rift between Michael Malone and the front office. And, you know, I think it's unsurprising that, yeah, Michael Malone has a very strong philosophy on how things should be done. And something tells me that Denver, who is thinking a little bit more long-term, hey, how can we build this thing out as long as we possibly can? I'm sure Calvin Booth is out here saying, I'm not going to pay KCP. He's 30 years old. We have Christian Brown. We have Christian Watson. We have some young guys that we really want to give minutes to. And Michael Malone saying, I'm not going to win a championship if we're playing guys who, frankly, are really solid bench role players. Like you lose Bruce Brown immediately after winning the championship. Now you lose KCP. Those are two massive pieces, and Jeff Green as well, were massive pieces of their championship. And I'm sure Michael Malone is just saying, how am I supposed to win, like you said, when we just keep getting roster-wise worse? Mm-hmm. It's not fair to him, and I'm sure he's telling them, hey, you guys say you want to compete, but your actions are saying something completely different, and I'm not going to be the one to fall on the sword because you guys have a long-term build, and I'm trying to maximize the most out of this roster. So, you know, it is definitely an interesting situation. I was talking yesterday. I'm right there with you. I don't think Denver is nearly as solidified in that top standing in the West as what everyone thinks it is. And if I were with you out in Pennsylvania, I probably would have been in on some Denver unders this year, because I just really don't think that, at least the level of expectation, I think they'll definitely be a playoff team, but I don't think that they necessarily get the benefit of the doubt of being in that Minnesota, OKC, and I talked about it yesterday. I don't think Dallas belongs in that tier, but I'll at least give them the benefit of the doubt and say that Dallas is also in that first tier. I think Denver is maybe at the top of the next tier, but honestly, I think that they're just as much in the thick of it as the Kings are, and as really every other team that's in the middle of the Western Conference. I don't see why Denver necessarily elevates above everybody else. Just because, I guess the argument is that Jokic is the best player of anybody else.
And you led me right where I was going to go next, because bearing the lead a little bit. If you're Michael Malone, you're probably saying to the front office, we have the best player in the history of the franchise. Yes. And we have a player that's going to go down as a great.
Yeah.
We should be doing, this isn't a Steph Curry questionable situation because he's 35, 36 years old. He is in the meat and potatoes of his 5-year, $276 million contract. He's owed $51 million this coming year, then $55, then $59, then a player option when he's 32 for $62.8 million. So this is the time to do it. Who knows if Jokic is even going to play after 32, but I would not be surprised at all if it is not for the Denver Nuggets. It just feels like this is not a time to mess around. And if you're the front office, maybe the counter is, well, we're paying him that, and he can cover a lot. Mm-hmm. There's only so much you can cover. We already saw with KCP it wasn't enough. Mm-hmm. So now you lose him, right, and then you don't get better. Anybody. And the Kings have just entered the chat with one DeMar DeRozan. You have the Timberwolves who are going to be a year better, a season better. Obviously, you have the Thunder who they're the young ones on the track. Memphis could be decent based on what they are bringing back to the table. They have Ja Morant. So this thing can change quite quickly if you are not careful. And Michael Malone, I don't know, like you said, exactly what this situation is about, but I feel like I would err on the side of one Michael Malone, because we just saw what happened and how stagnant they were this whole offseason as they've done nothing. And really, there was the reports about Michael Porter Jr. maybe being on the block and things like that. We know he's limited. So look, this is what happens where you fit a role and then the role might need to change. They might be saying we need to see more from Michael Porter Jr. and Michael Malone's thinking, we could try, you know what I mean? But that's we don't need, this is not the time and place to try out new things. Like we talked about in pickup, Chris, I'm left-handed. I got the lefty layup. If there is a 10-game wait in pickup, this is not the time to try out my righty layup that I'm not that confident in. Right. Because I'm trying to win this basketball game because I don't want to wait an hour for the next game. This is not the time to try things out. If you're in the East, fine. But this is not the time to try things out in the Western Conference if you are the Denver Nuggets and you're trying to compete. Real quick, Chris, as we continue to go around the NBA, Brandon Ingram, as we thought that things were starting to figure itself out, Brandon Ingram not showing up to team activities that were mandatory. So I don't really know what to make.
I think it was voluntary.
Or voluntary, excuse me. Yeah, Brandon Ingram did not attend a week-long voluntary minicamp held by the Pelicans players in California. The minicamp featured every player on the roster except Ingram and recent signee Daniel Theis. The Pelicans believed Ingram would be there, but he never showed, according to team sources. So it's voluntary, not mandatory, which means that he didn't have to be there, but vibes aren't particularly great, I would say. You have DeJounte Murray, who I know is very, very excited to be there. Brandon Ingram is just thinking that's another guy who wants to shoot the basketball. I don't necessarily want to be here, but I also want $50 million. I don't know what's going to happen, Chris. Everything that we've read, and I think you were out when we had on someone from the Pelicans, and basically the idea is it is expected, or maybe it was just an article, it is expected that he will be with the team, and they're basically going to see how this thing works, and just like we hear with everybody else, we'll figure out what happens at the trade deadline.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading from it, is just Brandon Ingram is not expecting to be on this team past this season. I think that's probably what I would read, is just he's probably thinking, what's the point? Like, I obviously am going to play for this team to start the year, but I don't really need to gain chemistry with anybody else. I've played with Zion, I've played with CJ, the guys that I know that are here, I think I can get along perfectly fine doing that. What's the point of assimilating myself? And maybe even Brandon's thinking, why even convince myself that I could maybe actually like things here? Because I know I'm going to be gone. I know Brandon Ingram, me speaking for Brandon Ingram, I know what I want, and I want a certain dollar figure that the Pelicans just cannot reach. And so there's no point maybe from Brandon Ingram's side of even trying to make it work because he knows there's no future here. And why should he waste his time when frankly, he's maybe thinking the Pelicans are wasting my time. It's not my fault I'm still on this team. Everybody in the universe knew I didn't want to be on the Pelicans anymore, and they decided to keep me. And, I think that this is just Brandon Ingram using the leverage that he can. And, he's probably going to have to answer to his teammates. But, yeah, I think it's perfectly in his right. It's just I think it's the situation that the Pelicans have kind of created themselves.
Coming up next, the Kings are looking for some talent on the basketball court, but not while the game is actually playing. Also, how did we let this one go the same way the Bills let the Chiefs get this speedy wide receiver? Stiles Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Fox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
I had been starting to be sick all the time at work, so I went to the doctor. He asked if people in the office smoked. He identified it as being exposed to secondhand smoke. I decided to sue. It was worth it in the end, California being the first state to be smoke-free in workplaces and restaurants in the country.
Andrea was part of a historic movement to ban smoking in the workplace. Learn how she and other Californians are fighting big tobacco at undo.org.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
A new Honda? Nice. Well, it was like this. It was a super hot day, so we all stopped for some ice cream. When bam, the AC went out. My dad started sweating and was all, man, I stink. And my brother was like, I hate this car. And my mom was all, I'm dying in here. Then I said, it's time to call Stockton Honda. Then Dad was like, honey, you're right. I knew you were my favorite. And just like that, Stockton Honda to the rescue. StocktonHonda.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
High voltage live boxing action returns to Northern California Saturday, September 21st at the venue at Thunder Valley with Thunder Showdown featuring the undefeated 12th ranked welterweight in the world, Amari Jones. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Fight cards subject to change.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. Let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Sacramento Kings, guys. Looking for dancers, huh? Does that interest you at all, Chris? You know anybody that would be interested in that? Here it is. This was posted 2 days ago We're looking for dynamic dancers to join the Kings Breakers. This dance crew will perform at 8 to 10 home games during the season with high energy routines, engaging the crowd and adding to in-game excitement. Kings Breakers open auditions on September 18th at the Stockton Kings practice facility. So, well, they practice in the Thomas right down the street.
Yep. Yeah, it's at the old arena.
I might have to slide.
That's gonna all you, buddy.
Just like Ray Gun.
I will not be out there.
So the Kings Breakers. This is obvious. These are breakdance. I don't remember them from this past season.
I mean, yeah, they show up. They have. I don't know if it says, but they probably do like 10 games.
It says 8 to 10.
Yeah. I mean, it gets mixed in. They have, the drum crew and everything. They got the my favorite's the old ladies that'll do it. They have like senior kings or senior. I don't know if they call them senior queens or whatever. But, the breakers are always welcome, and I'm not gonna be a part of that.
You did say
yes. No,
I said in the Olympics.
Yes.
You had what? How long did Jason give us?
4 years.
4 years to train. This is how you get started early.
No, the Kings are looking for people who are already Olympic quality.
That's
true. I'm not gonna disrespect the craft by showing up and just
kicking
my feet out or something. I can do a little hop skip and a whoop-de-doo or whatever.
The first thing I saw was a quote tweet with Ray Gun.
Yeah,
saying,
I mean, naturally,
add her to the squad, and we'll go around the room here.
Be like Red Panda, just go on tour.
Yeah,
NBA
get the Jabberwockies
throughout the town.
We saw them too.
Come on.
Have you ever auditioned for anything like in high school or before that? A play, a musical, anything like that?
None of those things. I mean, I guess, auditioned the first year the Kings technically had a street team.
Okay.
It was really just people who throw out t-shirts. We technically had a audition, but it wasn't like hey, like here's a panel of judges, like entertain us. Or it kind of was to an extent, but it was more just like give us a good cheer.
Did you make it?
Yeah, I think everybody made it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there might have been some cuts actually.
Okay.
If you were cut, sorry. But
no school plays, not one.
Didn't do a school play, did not do a school musical. No. I was all sports. I mean, I led the school cheer team or whatever, but
I did both.
Yeah. Well, I was Gabriella in the crowd.
That's right.
So.
Nate, have you ever auditioned or tried out for anything?
Nate's done a play. I guarantee Nate's done a play.
Yeah, this is a Carmichael Dave show exclusive. When I was on Dave's show, I was asked this question, and we had to have my mom call in because I didn't remember the name of the show.
Okay.
Or anything, or the name of the play, but I ended up getting really sick the night of the play.
How convenient.
Puking everywhere.
So your understudy had
to nerves got to
I was the lead of the play. So it was tough. Yeah.
That's a mistake. How did you get the lead?
Yeah.
Dude, my
no
charisma.
Offense,
my charisma
how
is
did you
insane.
Get
what was
the
this
lead?
play about?
Mice. I think my teacher wrote it.
Oh.
This was in when I lived in Chico. So it's different,
Yeah.
How old were you?
Third grade.
Oh,
second or third grade.
Okay.
Yeah. Dude, my charisma through the roof.
It's a lot
when I was a child.
There.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, that's kind of a
Alan's jealous right now.
For a young Nate to
No, I did plenty of plays growing up.
Yeah.
Couple plays when I was young, and then I was in basically you
burying
had
the lead here.
Well, you had concert choir in high school. I was in concert choir, which you had to audition for. And then there was another group called Acapella. And then you had to audition for Acapella.
Okay.
Acapella.
Was it like Pitch Perfect? Like
pretty much.
No, you're out here just
that was on a couple days
down,
ago. I can't keep scrolling. Whenever it's on, I got to turn it on.
So good.
I got to turn on. But no beatboxing. We did. Yeah, we did. Oh yeah, we always did. Was it Turn the Beat Around? Just the classic.
Yeah, there's like 6 songs that everybody does.
Nice, man.
And then in high school, I got kicked out because it was we had to practice a cappella after school,
right?
And we did spring concerts and things like that. And I had baseball, so I said, "Hey, I can't make it, but I can show up on game day." And they said, "Well, you won't. This is the most elite group."
Yeah. Would you just show up on game day for your baseball? Huh?
So They kicked me out.
You really are like you're everyone's friend.
What do you mean by that?
You kind of fit in any group, man.
I'm like, chameleon.
You would have been great in Breakfast Club.
What's Breakfast Club? The movie?
The movie?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would have been great in that.
You're trying to make it one America.
Well, we don't get political.
Yeah, well, we don't. We don't do that. Come on, we don't do that.
My
But
bad.
yeah, looking for
is.
dancers, street teamers, all those things. Well, do you think?
Shout out their entertainment crew. It's really great.
No, it really is.
Especially as I only spent a season with them, but they're about the same way we have a rundown for our show. Like they have a rundown of the entire game. They're like Anthem's going to be at 7:00. I think it's 7:12 or whatever. Back in the day, we would have to wave the flags, and so we had to be at very specific points.
Yeah,
it would be timeout 1. We're throwing out, hey, we have to do this quick quack hit over here, and then we have to all run up. That's why I'm so familiar with the stairs.
Right,
we would have to run up the stairs, and then I got to go on the catwalk at Golden One Center to throw out the cows from up there as the cows are falling from the ceiling. Very scary. Very scary stuff.
What, for Chick-fil-A? Cows?
Chick-fil-A. Yeah, Chick-fil-A.
Nice.
They throw cows with gift cards attached to them,
time.
like on the parachutes.
That's the same with the ballers.
Very scary.
Yeah,
very, very scary.
It's a rundown, and it's
it's
a script.
I'm
Yeah,
out here telling LeBron how to run, dribble handoffs.
Can you stop with that too?
Come on.
I didn't like that. I didn't like that when I called in.
What? You're still mad?
I know. Can I be honest? I barely remember.
Draper he's the LeBron guy thing.
I'm sort of LeBron James.
Leave it to him
of the station.
I don't want that
rating.
You said you were trying to get the ratings up. So
who are you?
I
again?
don't want that.
Yeah.
You're D Wade.
I could be Steph.
Oh, dude.
No.
I think you want to try to get away from that, like Bay Area stuff.
Yeah.
You could be like.
Then give me a better one.
Be the DeMarcus Cousins.
Just complaining all the time.
Just complain.
What are we doing here?
I mean,
no one works anymore.
Yeah, terrible teammate.
Yeah. Well, the ones that like you though.
Bringing the ball up yourself.
Yeah.
Going, nope, doesn't matter if you're the point guard.
Fine,
I'm bringing the ball up.
Yeah.
Fine. Well, I could be.
I'm fouling out.
Well, Chris
getting out of here. I'm getting attacked.
Chris probably called me Jason Williams overrated.
Oh yeah.
I was like, this guy's out here throwing passes off his elbow, yelling
for
at
no reason.
Yeah. How did you not see that?
Yeah, the only ones that I'll find acceptable. I will take Jason Williams as a joke. Mike Bibby
as a joke.
I'll take Bobby Jackson.
The most jacked guy, Mike Bibby.
Yeah,
okay.
right. Bobby Jackson, and of course I'll take De'Aaron or Malik.
Ooh.
So just all cool guys. Okay. I think I'm Scott Pollard. Coming off the bench, like kind of a weird guy,
There you
fighter.
go. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, that actually tracks.
One for Chris then.
Ooh.
If you think you're getting Weber.
Oh, me. I thought you meant for Laud. Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm not going.
Weber is it Dave?
Probably.
Dave's a little DeMarcus-y,
Yeah.
Little.
Okay, so now we're back to Kings. We're in Kings only
Well,
now, right?
that's
So
what I said.
LeBron's out. We're Kings
So
only.
now who's Draper if it's Kings only?
Definitely DeMarcus. We're just throwing DeMarcus out to everybody. We're just different shades of DeMarcus.
Yeah. Whoever annoyed you today is DeMarcus.
Yeah.
Whitey, is he Bibby?
Yeah, I mean he's like Garrett Temple.
Frankie's like Keegan, kind of like a quiet,
yeah, but like Keegan's like strange. I don't know if Frankie's is.
Dude.
I don't know. Frankie's got his things for sure.
I think Frankie is Kevin Herter.
Sure.
Streaky.
He would hate that. Let me tell you. Frankie would hate that comparison.
Well, now I know.
So Kevin Herter or Ray McCallum?
Brendan is definitely Malik Monk. He's definitely like an eccentric all the way out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's not as loud as Malik is. That's the only thing.
Who's the better rapper though?
Then who?
Yeah, then
Malik
maybe
or Brendan?
Brendan's Marvin Bagley,
Yeah.
Oh,
Marvin used to have those bars.
There you go.
Drapes is kind of Bagley too, in a way.
Well, he had him on his top 40.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I heard that when you guys replayed it, and Mitch Richmond was, come on, Drapes.
Come on, Drapes.
Drapes apologized too, so you knew it was bad. Drapes doesn't apologize. Drapes was like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I'm kind of the Marvin Bagley of the station. Trying to get the ratings. Coming up next, the Kings defense predicted to, quote unquote, get torched without a trade. That is from one Bleacher Report. Are they right? I don't think
think so. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10, 5, touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence dyne test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
The TaylorMade Tour Van is a one-stop shop for PGA Tour players to get their clubs to exact specifications. And now you can get the same experience at Hagen Oaks when the TaylorMade Tour Van brings their fitting skills to you. On September 20th and 21st, you can be fitted at Hagen Oaks and have your clubs built by the TaylorMade Tour Van. A $25 fitting fee is refundable with any club purchase. Whether you're interested in the QI-10 or P770, call 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 to reserve your spot.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sacktown Sports.
Live and local.
Live and local. This is Sacktown Sports.
An hour away for Dion Cole tickets. That will be at Hard Rock Live September 15th. We are an hour away, so you do not want to miss that. Don't have to make your way over if you are on the Sacktown Sports app. Not yet, but just letting you know now so you don't miss out. And Bleacher Report might miss out on what the Kings got going on because they are predicting that if the Kings Chris, I saw the word when I was reading this article in the rundown. I saw the word trade, and I'm not even going to lie to you. It felt like it's been so long since I've even thought about a trade. It's just, it's over, right? Not just for the Kings. I'm just saying in general, this has been, we know that there was supposed to be a dead time and then it would pick up again. I don't even check the aggregators anymore. I've just given up. I've given up the idea of not just the Kings, but really any team making a trade.
Yeah, some things could pop up last minute. I mean, Dame got traded like a week before the season started, but more than likely, it's probably not going to happen until the season is kind of kicked off and maybe we're a month or so into the season. That would be my guess. Maybe, like I said, maybe maybe friggin' Brandon Ingram has just kind of forced the hand of the Pelicans or something like that. But that's really the only way I could see anything major happening. Of course, like maybe you can get some, smaller moves, Chris DeWar like that, something not really super substantial. But yeah, for the most part, it does feel like things are pretty much wrapped up. As we said, a couple breaks ago, we're 3 weeks on Monday. We will be 3 weeks away from everybody, not just the Kings, but everybody pretty much going through their media day. And once media day happens, of course, training camp is the very next day. And so, you're kind of already in the season at that point. So unless something happens in the next couple days or weeks, I guess, probably nothing going to happen here. But yeah, like you said, Bleacher Report has this article. And again, they're getting young with their verbiage. 5 NBA defenses that will get torched in 24-25 without a trade. The teams listed are the Atlanta Hawks, the Indiana Pacers, the Milwaukee Bucks, the Phoenix Suns, and your Sacramento Kings. This is what Bleacher Report had to write. They said the Sacramento Kings placed 6th in points allowed per possession last season from March onward, a stretch that non-coincidentally coincided with Keon Ellis assuming an expanded role. And if there's anything we know about March basketball in the NBA, it's totally viable and something that will project into the future success. That is sarcasm. They say, in all seriousness, the emergence of Ellis doubled with the noticeable improvement from De'Aaron Fox and the defensive leap from Keegan Murray mean the Kings have the personnel to cobble together lineups with real stopping power, but the arrival of DeMar DeRozan complicates things. They then go on to say this isn't really about Harrison Barnes being a defensive stopper or anything like that, but it is more just a legitimate concern. More broadly, they write the Kings can't have Ellis and Murray on the court for the full 48 minutes. Their roster would be far more optimized with another wing or forward who doesn't shrink the floor on offense, yet ensures that they are seldom running units that don't include at least 2 noticeably above average defenders. There's a real chance the offense with DeRozan is so good it doesn't matter. And just to be clear, this isn't about him alone. Sacramento's defensive question marks relate more to the overarching lineup construction, about having enough players who do not require trade-offs at one end of the floor. And that really ties into something we talked about in the middle of last year, quote from one Michael Malone, who we talked about earlier today, talking about not just having guys who are one-dimensional, not playing one side of the floor, really just mentioning that the Kings need to add somebody who not only brings what they need on the offensive end, but if they more importantly need to bring something on the defensive end and be able to survive on offense as well.
Well, I understand what they're saying, and I'm sure there's similar situations for the rest of the teams that they mentioned. But as far as the Kings are concerned, it just kind of is what it is at this point, and that's how it probably is for the rest of these teams. I mean, you can go out and try to get someone, but again, it's just a matter of in a trade, you're going to lose something in a trade, right? I mean, that's the point of a trade. And if it's going to be somebody that you think can really be a game changer, then let's have that conversation. Look, we've gone back and forth with the Bucks and one Bobby Portis. I mean, the Bucks, they're stuck too as far as what they're going to be able to move in a trade. The only thing I could think of, Chris, off the top of my head, is if you go back into the Kevin Huerter, if you really think that your offense is going to be good enough, right? I think the only conversation that you're going to have at this point is some combination of a Kevin Huerter and a Trey Lyles to bring something in. I don't
think it has to be that significant, though. I don't think you have to bring in like a real, you can bring in the names that the Torrey Craigs of the world. You can bring in I don't think a Jay Crowder, but again, more somebody in that mold where, you're bringing in somebody who there's no question on if he's a starter or not. He just is going to be a bench player. It's really just, can they get a better JTA, really? I think that's more what they're saying, is just somebody that you can throw in lineups that is a defensive presence so that you're not just having to rely so much on these 2 really good defenders that you have in Keon and Keegan, can you just really add a third rotational player that you can throw in a lot of lineups so that one of those two doesn't have to be on the floor all the time?
Is that the Matisse conversation that we've had
before? Yeah, it can be for sure. They say a wing or a forward. I think Matisse is a little bit more of a wing, but he's guarded up a little bit. But I think Matisse Thybulle is definitely a great shout for that. There's names all across the league. I don't think like a GP2, not that he's available, but I don't know how much a guy like that helps. I think they do need somebody who guards more of the threes and the bigger twos. I think is really the spot that they really, really need improve. But yeah, I think they can do it. But like we said earlier, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. I wouldn't expect it to happen before training camp.
Well, and I think that's a situation where you're missing something, which they could have with McDaniels, possibly. We don't know.
That's a name that they didn't throw out. That could be who the Kings are banking on.
If they told, and again, we're trying to figure out what exactly this guy is going to be for the Kings, but if they told him straight up, Jalen, we don't even need you to score, right? We just need you to use your length and shut down whoever it is in this wing forward position.
Yeah.
This is your role now. Yeah. You are 26 years old, and this is all we need you to do. Okay. It's hard to, unless he just doesn't have, I'd have to watch more of his tape, right? We don't even need you to be the corner three guy. You don't have to be your brother. Just, can you shut down bigger guys in the rotation? We don't even need you to do it all the time.
Yeah.
Just when you're called on, can you be that shutdown guy? And obviously nobody knows. That's why Bleacher Report's not even mentioning him, but maybe he can be. I don't know. Because that would be obviously the best situation.
Yeah, that would definitely be the best possible outcome, is if he can find something that he just didn't have last year either.
Mm-hmm.
It's just really last year when it comes to McDaniels, like really, really struggling at the level that we saw him struggle at last year. We mentioned he was pretty good in Philly the year before. It was 24 games in Philly. He averaged 6 points a game, shot 40% from three on just under 1.5 per game. Like, I think that's kind of the guy that they hope for. But yeah, he's got to be able to. He does honestly have to be able to hit something, though, because the thing about the Kings is their offense still needs to be the thing that keeps the it's the engine, right? It's the thing that keeps the team going. And if you're going to be just a black hole out there and you're not really going to provide anything, we've seen here in Sacramento very recently with guys like Mo Harkless, guys like KZ Okpala, you can bring a certain thing defensively, but if you're not hitting shots, we can only go to it so much before it's just, look, we have other guys that just give us more, and we'd love to lean into something defensively that can help us raise our average. But at the end of the day, if we're talking about Jalen McDaniels bringing them from a 15th to a 13th defense or something like that, maybe they just view it, or in the past they have viewed it as, well, that's not really doing much for us. We'd much rather just be 15th, or I guess really in the Kings case 20th, and make sure that our offense is to a certain level. So I think it's just Jalen McDaniels is the hopeful answer for the Kings, and he's clearly just been forgotten about, not just by them. I'll take blame for I've not talked about Jalen McDaniels this summer much at all.
Yeah, and that's a guy who you talk about found money, and I know I was listening to the Drive guys. I think it might have even been last week or a couple of weeks ago, and they just talked about there was no found money on the Kings last season.
Keon.
Well, Keon, but from who they brought in, I guess they were saying from the Duarte didn't work out, Sasha didn't work out, but yes, Keon was the found money, and it's a tough way to kind of live, right? But you have to find those guys, and that's what the Kings are going to be built on. You have to take chances, and you got to hit on some of those chances. And I think Jalen McDaniels, it's definitely a chance. When you talk about a trade right now, I think it's just going to come down to, okay, how are we doing at the trade deadline? What position are we in? And that's what we've talked about before, Chris. Are you in a position to where this thing is cooked, or are you in a position to where it's, well, we don't want to mess up the mojo? It does get very, I always, you can tell, I'm just not really big on the trade deadline trades. One, because I think you just find yourself in a position where it's supply demand, and two, it's just a lot to add in at one time. I mean, the Pacers, they got to the Eastern Conference Finals, but really that was about who wasn't available that they had to play against. I think you make those moves, especially a move like that. That's a move for the future.
Dallas did great, though.
Dallas did great.
And the year before that, the Lakers, they pretty much completely overhauled their roster and made their run as well. It's not impossible at all. I mean, I just don't think that that's I think the Kings are in a situation where they're not going big fish hunting. They're looking for the PJ Washington. They're looking for these side pieces really that can take them or give them a different dimension. I don't even think it's necessarily taking them to another level at this point. I think it's more just, hey, can we be versatile? Do we have to only play this one note? Or like we said last year, do you have counter punches? Do you have other things you can go to? Okay, the shots aren't falling tonight. Can we maybe win this game on the defensive end? Hey, shots aren't falling tonight. DeMar DeRozan is one of the best at getting to the free throw line in the league. Can we just win this game? I don't know, at the free throw line. What a concept that would be. So I think maybe it's just about the Kings finding other pieces that they can throw into lineups so that they can be different and maybe have a big lineup, maybe have a shooting lineup, maybe have a defensive lineup, things like that. I think that's kind of what the Kings are missing right now is figuring out how to get as versatile as a roster as possible. And, I think they've definitely taken the right steps this offseason, but we just haven't seen it in action yet.
And look, here's a guy who's going to be available, or we think is going to be available right around the trade deadline as well. I know he thinks he can guard fours, but he's probably not going to be asked to do that. And that's Devin Carter. He's a guy who's going to supposedly come in and be able to defend as well. Now, again, he's not going to fix everything, and we got to see how he plays in the NBA period. Sure. But those are guys who, hey, it's just like you said, adds a different look, hey, we might go Keon and Devin at the same time and really just lock this thing up. So it remains to be seen how this is all going to look. But I think that I agree with Bleacher Report. It's just more about, to me, again, going back to how quiet things have been, going back to what Monty McNair said on these airwaves, I'm just seeing the Kings rolling in with what they've got and hoping that they are better. They're going to be better defensively than what everybody expects. And, or like we've also been saying, the offense will be so good that it just won't matter. Coming up next, speaking of defense, a shutdown corner gets the bag. What does this mean for the Niners corners and the corner market moving forward? Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Kevin Herter is Sacktown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into three. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
Get your tickets for the Marysville Stampede September 14th and 15th at MarysvilleStampede.com.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
Another day, another bag. Jalen Ramsey gets paid the highest cornerback paid, 3 years, $72.3 million. Interesting season last season. He was injured. He kind of doesn't get talked about as much. And he's had an interesting career going from, he was in Jacksonville, then he was in LA, and now he's in Miami. pretty good come up going from LA, Jacksonville, then you go to LA, and you go back to Miami. It's pretty solid right there. And it is funny. I miss the days of was that the Richard Sherman days? I do miss the days of I'm the best corner in the league. I feel like they don't talk about that anymore.
Yeah, nobody really has that mantle, right? Like it was Revis Island for a minute.
It was a big thing.
It was Richard Sherman and
by the way,
I don't know who's got it right now.
Revis. Another one.
Hall of Famer?
I get that one.
Oh, you get Darrelle Revis. That's really bad.
Okay, good.
That's really bad.
Yeah.
Again,
I have a buddy
black
who
man
swears.
with a beard. That's about it.
Swears. Darrelle.
That doesn't help either. Calling you Darrelle is like.
Well, he's
for sure.
He's a brother.
For sure.
Stilo.
Nate, what do you got on Jalen Ramsey getting paid? What does this mean for what the Niners have coming up next? Diamador Lenore. Are you worried about that? I know there's always something. Somebody always needs to be paid with the Niners.
I think Demo's probably on his way out. They don't tend to pay their middle of the pack guys like what Eric Armstead, wanted. And it's just, I don't think that's how the Niners do business. I know we've had we've been talking about is Niner contracts, but it's been the faces of the team, right? I'm not too worried about Demo. I'd be more worried about Travarius Ward. I think he's not talked about enough, and that's just because there's so much talent around him. He doesn't get the credit. He's a very good corner. He had an amazing season last year. He's been great for the Niners. I love that he's here. With Jalen Ramsey, it's like, dude, yeah, he's just been bouncing around the league, just getting cashed out everywhere constantly. I mean, he got paid in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
So I remember that was a huge holdout, and that was a huge controversy. And then another contract, Jamar Chase, there were rumors yesterday about him getting signed. Nothing official still yet. There was we talked about the video of him almost getting hit by a SUV.
Yeah.
Apparently it's now illegal, or like not illegal, but the Bengals are now telling their reporters not to film guys cross the street.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. Because he almost
watch
got
me.
hit.
Yeah. I wish someone was recording when I got hit, man. I need that footage.
Did you see Jamar Chase? He got interviewed and asked about the penny. He wants.
I saw the quote.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the audio.
Yeah, basically he said. Basically, the report was that Jamar Chase just wants to beat Justin Jefferson by a penny, and it was kind of interesting what he said back. And obviously, they're boys. They have
they're boys.
They have the LSU ties, but he says this with a straight face, and he's asked the question, and then he says, if I wanted to beat him, or if I wanted to beat Justin, I want to beat the bleep out of him, not just by a penny, which was kind of weird because we're talking about money here.
Yeah. This is like receiver drama, just very typical receiver.
So what he's saying, he wants like 40 mil.
Then why'd he say the penny thing then?
I don't know if that was ever directly attributed to him.
Exactly. Whether or not, he said, if I want to beat Justin, Marshall Kennedy asked this question. Okay. And Marshall Kennedy covers the Bengals. And he says, I asked Jamar Chase if the reports are true that he wants one more penny than Justin Jefferson. Jamar Chase, if I want to beat Justin, I'm going to beat the bleep out of Justin.
Interesting.
With a straight face.
Penny, brother.
Well, I personally, at this point, I thought the deal was kind of going to get done yesterday. I don't think it gets done this year, but next year, no question, he's going to be the highest paid receiver in the game.
Yeah.
Even if it's not with the
I think
Bengals.
if he wants to get that crazy more money than Justin Jefferson, it would be in his best interest to do it next year. I mean, I feel like if you do it this year, it was already, we've seen so many receiver contracts handed out. It would be like, whoa, it feels like if you give it a year of clearance, you can always make Justin Jefferson made 35 last year. He's going to make, it's totally makes sense. Inflation for Jamar Chase to make $40 million. Separating it, I think, a little bit will soften the blow of the initial sticker shock, because that's going to be crazy if Jamar Chase is making that much money.
If you're Jamar Chase, well, that's the whole thing, right? That's why it was crazy that he was holding out with 3 years. So if he gets paid at
with
2 years, so if he does not get paid this year and gets paid next year, then it would have been
all the same.
I guess he would just, I guess he just wanted to let it be known.
Yeah. Got to get it started early, right? You got to get the conversation. If you want to break the bank, the Vikings did the same thing. They started the conversation with Justin Jefferson last offseason and didn't get it done until this one. I think if you're going to set the market, you probably want to get those conversations done as early as possible. So, nothing kind of gets glossed over. And I think he'll get it. I just don't know if that necessarily makes sense for the team building of Cincinnati. Like the Vikings paid Justin Jefferson that money with Kirk Cousins going out the door because they understand the best way of making this easy on J.J. McCarthy is by having Justin Jefferson out there. You already have Joe Burrow. You already are paying Joe Burrow. I don't know how much more you're going to be able to afford if you're paying Joe Burrow top quarterback money and then you're paying ridiculously outside of the market money for a Jamar Chase.
And then they have guys like Orlando Brown, too, on the line who is like, I believe he's one of the highest paid linemen in the league. Double check on that.
Right. So if they lose Joe Mixon this year too.
Yeah.
So if the idea is that he doesn't get paid this year, does he still play?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, he's back at practice. He hadn't been practicing before this week. So I would assume that he's going to play this year on the contract he's on. Again, I think it was just about skipping training camp for him and again, getting the ball rolling on that conversation.
Speaking of wide receivers, and look, in a couple of years, we might be talking about this guy, Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, man.
On the Chiefs. I mean, the guy can fly, has one of those wiry frames that has been hot in the streets for the NFL lately. Fair or foul, the amount of hate that the Bills have been getting for trading with the Chiefs and allowing them to get Xavier Worthy.
Well, we don't know what the Bills are going to get out of it yet. So
I'd say foul.
It's foul right now.
Yeah.
It's foul right now for sure. But it is fair is that Chris kept him on the bench against me in our matchup.
I literally yesterday as I was driving home, I was like, I talked about Xavier Worthy a lot today.
Yeah.
And I was very concerned that I might have, because I literally don't think I said Rashee Rice's name once the entirety of yesterday's show. Part of that is because I kind of forgot that he wasn't suspended for everything that happened this summer with him. What was it, going 120 miles an hour and I believe killing somebody.
Let it play out is what the NFL is saying.
Is that real?
That's what they're saying on the broadcast last night. They're like, we're going to go ahead, or Tirico is trying to explain it.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, the NFL wants to see the legal the actual legal ramifications before making a assumption.
Okay.
But I mean,
okay. Well, yeah, I mean, that's besides the point. Xavier Worthy has been absolutely fantastic, worth all the hype, worth all the conversation. And, it's definitely way, way, way too early to say this, but you could definitely see how they directly are going to try and fit him into that Tyreek Hill mold. Mm-hmm. They are going to use him as the kind of gadget. And that was even without Hollywood Brown out there either. Let's not forget Hollywood Brown is just as much of a gadget player as a guy like Xavier Worthy. That offense is, I kind of think the Chiefs are back in terms of like their offense, them feeling like a Warriors type, like must-see TV kind of thing. Kind of felt a little bit with all the reverses that they were running yesterday and everything. It felt like the Chiefs were fun to watch again.
When you mentioned the Chiefs, and earlier we were talking about Lamar and the 5 elite receivers and whether they'd want to play with Lamar, does it kind of seem like the Chiefs have moved away, and maybe they can do this because of who Mahomes is? Doesn't feel like the Chiefs are active, and maybe it's just the NFL in general and not the Chiefs. But we were just talking about the Justin Jeffersons and the Jamar Chases, and maybe it's, again, kind of feels like maybe it's just having Patrick Mahomes, but a Devontae Adams, right? Brady was like this as well in that he had his Randy Moss, and he never really won. He never won the big one with Randy Moss, but Brady could do things with other guys, and they just did it in a different way. I feel like the Chiefs even think that they need a pure big old wide receiver one. It feels like they don't even need that, or they don't think that that's what they're trying to do these days.
I just think that's Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce fills that role, and I think they need their outside guys to take the top off the defense, and that's really what the offense is Rashee Rice has got some size to him as well. But yeah, I think their main goal is keep the defense scared and always cognizant of the over-the-top ball, because Patrick Mahomes can literally put the ball anywhere on the football field. If you're running guys 30, 40, 50 yards down the field, you still got to cover them. And then, if that's not there, or if that spreads out the defense enough, you got Travis Kelce right in the middle of the field. And, I think that's kind of their game plan and maybe why they haven't prioritized that big, DeAndre Hopkins type receiver. Yeah, Devontae Adams is somebody we've kind of shouted out for them to maybe go out and get. That would be my guess, but even then, I'm sure they could use one. They've tried a couple different guys to be their big red zone target, and it just hasn't really worked. Nothing's worked at least better than Travis Kelce.
Coming up next, a little bit of Giants talk. I got to get caught up on that team in SF. What happens next after the Matt Chapman deal? And he discusses that he's already talking to players about playing with the Giants moving forward. Tampering much? We'll allow it. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SacktownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SacktownSports.com.
They say the hardest part of getting something done is getting started. Well, we did that 30 years ago when California first took on the tobacco industry. Now, smoking is down 60%, lung cancer 42%. A couple of our cities have already ended tobacco sales. A California without big tobacco isn't just possible, it's already happening. See our progress at undo.org.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Advanced Infusion Center, where wellness meets vitality. Unlock your full potential with our customized Liquivita vitamin IV drips tailored to fit your unique lifestyle. Whether you're an athlete aiming for peak performance or travel often and looking to stay healthy, we have an IV just for you. At Advanced Infusion Center, we understand that wellness isn't just one size fits all. That's why our expert team is here to personalize your infusion experience. Ready to elevate your wellness journey? Call Advanced Infusion Center today or visit us at advancedinfusion.com.
It's not hard to be a mom. It's hard to be a good mom. It's easy to be a bad mom. That's so easy. But to be a good mom is hard. To be a bad mom, that's as easy as being a great dad. That's...
Nikki Glazer, Alive and Unwell Tour. Friday, September 20th. The venue at Thunder Valley. Tickets on sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. She's alive and unwell. Don't miss Nikki Glazer.
Thank you. Good night. For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Get your tickets for the Marysville Stampede September 14th and 15th at MarysvilleStampede.com.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Halfway through hour number 3 and 30 minutes away. Dion Cole tickets September 15th, courtesy of Live Nation at Hard Rock Live. Returns to Sacramento for a night of nonstop laughs. And of course, Sacktown Sports wants you in the building. That is at 1 p.m. Probably start making your way over. If you're on the Sacktown Sports app and you want a chance to win those tickets, we have our top 5 at the top of the hour coming up at 1. And it's a good one. It's a good one. So we have an update on something Chris and I spoke about, and we will have some fun with that. But right now, we discussed Matt Chapman and the huge deal that he signed with the San Francisco Giants. This is from obviously a couple days ago. Breaking from Jeff Passan, third baseman, Matt Chapman and the San Francisco Giants are in agreement on a 6-year, $150 million contract extension, sources tell ESPN. It wipes out the final 2 years of his current deal and keeps Chapman from opting out. And look, there were some people that were happy with this. There were some people that thought it was a bit of an overpay. But the bottom line is that Chapman, who is 31 years old, he will essentially be 32 when this thing starts, and it's a 6-year deal. Look, I think the Giants, Chris, they were looking for a cornerstone, and Matt Chapman has really he really heated up towards the end of this season, and people were worried that you were going to lose him. So this deal, Chris, which starts next year, the Giants will have him until he is 38 years old. And people thought, all right, six is a lot. Would have preferred less than that. But when you have, of course, Scott Boras at the helm, and I'm leaving here with something type of guy. I think he knew that the Giants were a bit desperate, right? You know that Matt Chapman has a great relationship with Bob Melvin, and they are going to try to build something. And Matt Chapman is even discussing with the media that he's talking to other players already about wanting to play with the Giants. So, Nate, let's play that sound from one Matt Chapman, which has some people excited and some people raising their eyebrow.
Along those lines, do you feel part of your role now as a leader on this team is to kind of help spread that message? Because, as we know, San Francisco, the Giants, it's been a talking point that it's a hard place to sell for some reason.
Yeah, definitely. I've already had people reach out to me saying that, now that I'm here, that they want to come here. So I don't think that it's going to be a hard sell. This organization is amazing. They do everything they can for the players, and we have a lot of good players. And I just think that, we're going to continue to build here. And, I think that people will see that from the outside, and I don't see that ever being an issue.
Well, I do think that Blake Snell is going to be gone. That's just what I think. So I think you have to already start to mentally prepare for that. But, you have other guys that they did sign. Obviously, the Jorge Soler thing didn't work out. You're going to get Jung-Hoo Lee back, okay, which I think a lot of people just don't remember, right? Jung-Hoo Lee, yeah. And I think he could be a stud. You're going to get Jung-Hoo Lee back. You still have Webb. You have another year of Kyle Harrison, right? You have a team at Birdsong who has shown signs. So, and then you get the explosion of Elliot Ramos, who he can go to a corner once Jung-Hoo Lee is back. So I think there are some holes. Okay, look, Mike Yastrzemski, I've talked about it. Like him as a person, as far as I know him, which I don't know him very well, but as a player, you need to get somebody else in right field. Mm-hmm. I love what Tyler Fitzgerald is doing. No clue if he's the shortstop of the future. Right. I feel like he's done enough that you could probably bring in a veteran guy. Well, I'm saying bring in a better version of Nick Ahmed and see what you got there. And Tyro Estrada, who they just said, we are cool off you. That escalated quickly. So Tyro Estrada obviously will not be with the Giants' future as far as that's concerned. So you have a couple holes there. I would also say you have about 4 holes, which is 4 question marks. Mm-hmm. You can't do Lamont Wade Jr. anymore. Yeah. You can't do that. Yeah. He's just not. He is not what you need at first base. So there are a couple directions that they can go here. Obviously, Matt Chapman saying he's already talking to people. One thing, Chris, that I thought was interesting about whether or not Matt Chapman was viewed as an overpay is the idea, as we talk so much about the Kings and how they have to overpay their players or free agents, and how did DeMar DeRozan, was that a bit of an overpay? What a crazy world where a city like Sacramento and a city like San Francisco, two different franchises, but you're both dealing with some version of a a tax for whatever it's worth. So I thought that was interesting that San Francisco is dealing with the tax. Maybe it's a tax for hitters because it's not a hitter's park. I like we said, we're not getting into the politics of it all with, Ricky Pearsall and things like that. But, weather-wise, we know that's not the issue. Mm-hmm. But I did find it really interesting that you have a quote-unquote big market and a quote-unquote small market, two different sports, but both having to pay some sort of tax.
I think the Giants tax is because they aren't very good, though. I don't think it's necessarily because of San Francisco.
Yeah, maybe it's a Dodgers tax or it's an NL West tax. It's a, hey, you need to pay me more because we know that you're trying to get back into the fold here, Yeah. But the Dodgers, do the Dodgers quote unquote overpay or do they just spend a lot of money? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of money, so
exactly.
It's not an overpay for them because, they're not stretching their means or anything. I think it's an overpay, but I think it's more of an overpay because they're more paying for the credibility of it all. Like Matt Chapman he's a professional baseball, he is a pro's pro. Yeah. He is the kind of guy who takes, lunch pail kind of guy. The reason why I would assume he gets a 6-year deal is because he is like such a good veteran. He'll be great in the clubhouse. And they don't really have anybody like that right now where it's like, hey, you are a Giant. You are somebody that represents everything that we want in this organization. And we want you to implement what it is to be a Giant to new people we bring in. That would be my thought is Matt Chapman's very familiar with the area. He's a great guy. Reporters love him. His teammates seem to love him. I think it's more just hey, if we're not going to reward this guy. Mm-hmm. What are we doing as a franchise? And, I obviously think the play could be a little bit better to kind of make you feel better about the salary and the years. But I kind of viewed it more as the Giants have to do this or else they run the risk of losing Matt Chapman. And then next season, there's no choice but to go full young squad. Mm-hmm. At least Matt Chapman gives you a name that you can point to. You can put him on the marquee. Who knows? I said yesterday, I think he's lying. I don't think anybody's reaching out or serious about, even if they did say, hey, maybe we can be teammates one day. I think it's more just a pleasantry more than I would actually be willing to go to San Francisco. But yeah, I do think, maybe if you are trying to court someone like ex-teammate Vladdy Jr., right? Yeah. If you were trying to do something like that, I think Matt Chapman does go a long way in just kind of being that olive branch to some players. So I think it's a fine signing, but it's undoubted. I mean, I looked it up I saw something, I think it might've been MLB Network that posted it. Second highest contract Giants have ever given out in their history. Only Buster Posey got a bigger contract than what they just gave Matt Chapman. That is that just shouldn't be the case. So that's clearly an overpay for some reason. And the reason I'm reading is just they're doing it for credibility.
We need a cornerstone.
Yes. Yeah.
We haven't had one. I think that's a great point. And if you were excited about Farhan Zaidi's time coming to an end with the Giants, well, don't get too excited just yet. According to The Athletic's longtime MLB insider Ken Rosenthal, front office changes seem unlikely for the Giants, among others. He goes on to write, the biggest issue, though, is that many teams face minimal financial pressure, the kind of pressure that would motivate a business to act. So basically, the idea is that the Giants aren't really losing money.
Yeah. 500 is good enough. It's pretty much, yeah. I mean, you get enough butts in the seats. You get enough to where we're not talking about the Giants as a laughing stock, but we still have to talk enough about them because they're in the wild card. I mean, it's business. I guess it's business genius, but it's not a good model for if you're trying to build a baseball team that people care about in a dying sport.
Yeah, he goes on to say, Zaidi, who signed an extension of unknown length last October, still could be safe. Like DeWitt, Giants owner Greg Johnson is not one for disruption, particularly when his team's attendance increase from 2023 is the 7th largest in the sport.
Wow. I mean, and Farhan can make the argument of, hey, the two additions that I brought in, we just locked up Matt Chapman long term. The other one, Blake Snell, threw a no-hitter, had 15 strikeouts in a game. What did I do wrong? I spent the second most money besides the Dodgers this past offseason. Didn't lead to results, but the players that I brought in were pretty decent.
That's so interesting too, because I don't know if you saw this, but there was something going around the Giants a couple games ago, had one of their worst attendance days recorded. and I guess it isn't hitting the same. I mean, I guess it was a one-off, but again, according to Twitter, the Giants are in a bad spot. So I do think that Rosenthal is kind of putting this thing in perspective for everyone. Here it is. This is from Danny Emmerman. This was September 4th. Tonight's 22,855 paid attendance at Oracle is a new season low. Wow. Last night was the previous low at 23,000. The dog days are here. So I guess even though this is when it should be getting better, right? So maybe it's there's hope.
Yeah.
And then when the hope goes away, so does the pay.
Yeah. Also very dangerous to link anybody's job with attendance because okay. Then is that the message you want to send out there? Is that okay, fans? If you're really not upset, don't show up because it seems like we're at the point now with the Giants and more so with the Farhan relationship with the fans that they're saying don't test us because you might just get what you're asking for.
Yeah, I definitely don't know that I would want that out there as a performance metric.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, the attendance is fine, so clearly you're not really that upset.
Right.
Well, you might see how upset people are then if that's going to be the case.
And you know what? I just thought, I know we got to get to the other side. I do wonder if the A's.
That's exactly where my mind went to.
Yeah, maybe they feel like they're even safer. All right, got to get to the other side. Coming up next, they're trying to trade Devontae Adams again. Raider fans, where are you at? This time, Mina Kimes is saying he's going to a team in the NFC least. The NFC East. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Domantas Sabonis plays here.
He finds Sabonis, put the frosting on the cake, put the cherry on the sundae. Sabonis with a two-hand flush makes it 114-106.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
The NBA app is everyone's app. Every fan of every team.
Oh my goodness.
Everyone who follows LeBron, Tatum, and Embiid in the app. Every warrior who's ready to go to battle over three-point percentages. Every streetwear king who's here for the tunnel fits. Every young buck, nugget, and grizzly who wants to take a peek behind the scenes of the league. And everyone else on this floating basketball we call Earth. Download the NBA app today. Available in the Google Play, Apple app, and Android stores.
You guys got a new Honda? Well, it was like this. My mom was driving me to school when, damn, our car started smoking. My mom wasn't happy, so she called my dad and said, honey, if you value your life and our marriage, you will take care of this now. So my dad calls up Stockton Honda and was like, can you get me approved for a new car and save my marriage? And they're all, sure, Mr. Jones, we do this every day. And just like that, Stockton Honda to the rescue.
StocktonHonda.com. Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Call 916-520-9990 now.
High Voltage live boxing action returns to Northern California Saturday, September 21st at the venue at Thunder Valley with Thunder Showdown featuring the undefeated 12th ranked welterweight in the world, Amari Jones, plus Alan Sanchez versus Sal Viceno and 8 more exciting undercard fights with Maradol Guerrero, Blake McKernan, Gabriel Garcia, Anthony Hernandez, Ruben Torres, Alexander Espinosa, and more. Don't miss the Thunder Showdown, September 21st at Thunder Valley. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Fight card subject to change.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Hard Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Carmelie.
I want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Tasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Hard Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. Enjoy ultimate control of your home network. Personalize your Wi-Fi name and password. Assign user profiles. View and control connected devices and more with the Xfinity Internet app.
Live and local. Live and local. This is Sacktown Sports.
Another day, another team. By the way, 15 minutes away from Dion Cole ticket giveaway. Probably want to make your way over if you're on the Sacktown Sports app to an AM station if that is available for you. Another day, another team where Davante Adams could land. This one, look, and this person who brings it up is incredibly intelligent. We know that, and she gets paid a lot of money to talk football. But this one doesn't make a ton of sense to me. I listened to this audio, and she explains her thought process. But I just feel like, and I don't know what ability Davante Adams has to turn something like this down, but this doesn't necessarily feel like a situation I would think that Davante Adams wants to be in. Let's hear what Mina Kimes had to say.
I think the Raiders are going to be a bad football team.
Yes.
And while I don't think the Commanders, I don't have them as a playoff team, I think by midseason, they will have won enough games and seen enough with Jaden Daniels where they want to invest in him midseason. And the thing about Davante Adams, guys, because I was thinking about which teams would trade for him. And like you're tempted by teams where it's like they just need the final piece, whether it's like the Ravens or the Bills or the Jets or whatever. But his contract is actually very, I think, attractive to a team that wants to keep him around for some time. It's very tradable. I mean, it's $35 million a year after this season, but that's all salary. So you could trade for him, restructure it, keep him in the building for a long time. And I still think he's an incredibly elite wide receiver. Obviously, he was not thrilled with the situation in Las Vegas last year. But the Commanders strike me as a team that have both, they're going to be like just feisty enough to want to do this. And I think they're also going to be motivated to improve the circumstances of their young quarterback.
So it's not that Davante specifically responded to Mina Kimes. It's just in general, there's a lot of talk. Deshaun Jackson had some comments as well about Davante being unhappy. And I feel like we've been dealing with this for the last 3 years, but he is saying, Davante is saying it's just a bunch of BS. He's excited to get out there and take year 11 head on, that it's not a fact that he is unhappy in Vegas. I would just look up, and I'm not calling Davante out. He's a Bay boy, so I got love for Davante and Fresno State guy as well. But I would just look up any quotes that he had last season. Because if he had any quotes,
just watch receiver.
Exactly. But I'm saying what he said to the media versus what he was saying on the sideline.
Right.
So, because I'm assuming there's a bit of a disconnect with him saying similar things that I'm not unhappy, and then receiver comes out and he was terribly unhappy. So there's that part of it. As far as what Mina Kimes is saying, Chris, I'm curious your thoughts, because I don't really get that one. Davante is 31 years old. And maybe, again, this goes back to the Jaden Daniels. I'm just not as – I really want to watch this guy play, and I paid all the dang money to get NFL tickets, so I will have a chance to see. Because people are really high on this guy, and, we could have – I know you had the conversation earlier this week about who's going to have the best rookie season or who's going to be the best QB out of the rookies. But, okay, you want to invest in him. But I'm saying he's 31 years old, Davante is. So that's a quick turnaround. Like, you think you're going to be Super Bowl hunting next season.
Well, that's what Mina's saying, is that it doesn't have to be one of those teams. Is that you can invest in Davante Adams long term. And that's the thought with the Commanders, is that
he's 31 though.
Yeah, but I mean, he could play. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins is still out here. He's probably, in his mid 30s or close to mid 30s. I think the thought is just he's still at a high level, and even if it drops off a little bit, especially for a team like the Commanders, you still got Terry McLaurin. He could be your second receiver. I think it's in the same vein that we talked about with Caleb Williams there earlier. They have Keenan Allen, they have DJ Moore, they have Rome Odunze out there to make it easier for Caleb. Maybe the thought is just, let's try and make this as easy as possible for Jaden Daniels so he doesn't have to, overexert himself and try and look like a superstar. Instead, he could just feed these great weapons that they have Austin Eckler as well in the backfield. I think it's just about making it easier for Jaden Daniels early in his career.
Yeah, and I guess she's saying that's not that bad to pay for an eventual number 2.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Well, I just keep thinking about the Stephon Diggs situation, and I know he's completely different than Davante Adams, but Stephon Diggs, everybody was saying he's washed, and he's 30. Yeah. And Davante is 31. So I guess
I think the Diggs thing is also he's a drama queen.
Yes. I'm looking at this right now. This is from Buffalo Rumblings. Enigmatic and seemingly self-absorbed, Stephon Diggs forced the Buffalo Bills' hand. And that is not one Davante Adams.
No, not at
I
all.
guess I could be convinced. I'm very confused. We talked about Brandon Ayuk for a long time. I just don't know what Davante Adams wants. I mean, it's one of the more unique situations where you have a guy who is really thrilled to get traded to a team and sign a contract to a team to play with his college quarterback. And then the college quarterback gets moved immediately.
Yeah.
And he's just there.
Just trapped.
Yeah, he's just there.
stuck.
But I think he kind of likes it. He likes being a Raider. Not that the Raiders are in the Bay anymore, but he's got those ties. He likes it. But he just said earlier when he was doing his receiver tour that he would take Brady right now, right? He would take Brady right now, and that's not a good quarterback situation. So I don't know what Davante Adams wants. And my thing is, if you're Davante Adams and you are going to make one more move, and I don't know how much of a say he has in it, do you really want to move to Washington to play with a young QB? But I guess the only way that move gets made is if Jaden Daniels looks like one of those dudes.
Yeah, I would think so. And it's a good question. What exactly does he want? I mean, I would assume he probably does want, like Ayuk, to be in a situation where he's got a quarterback that he trusts, because he doesn't really have that right now. And I would assume if you're going to leave the situation that you're currently in, you better leave it or he would want to leave it for a better situation that actually makes sense a lot for him. I don't know what that situation is. I mean, I don't really know exactly if he is being true or if he just kind of doesn't want to ruffle feathers and he wants to, keep in the good graces of Raider fans, but have it be almost like a Damian Lillard where it's like, I have to leave. Like I have to think about my career. I would love to stay more than anything, but my legacy requires me to find a new location. If that's what he's doing, it's fine. But if I were him, I would personally ask out every single day. I mean, we've talked about it plenty of times, but even if the Raiders are better than what everybody expects this year, and we'll just say they're 9-8. Okay. Are they a playoff team? Even if they are, I don't think that who's their quarterback going to be next year. We don't know. We don't know the direction they're going. Who's going to be their quarterback 5 years from now? Not that Davante Adams, I guess at age 31 should be concerned about that, but I don't think that there's any clear plan for the Raiders to get better in the immediate here.
I guess that's a good point as far as what Mina is saying, because let's say things don't go well for the Raiders. And I love how the very beginning, I think that was Dominique Foxworth, when she said the Raiders are not going to be good. And you just hear immediately as soon as Nate clicked play, the Raiders are not going to be good. He goes, yeah, yep. Yeah. So if the Raiders aren't good and the AOC, and the Aiden O'Connell experience is over and the Gardner Minshew experience is, hey, he's just more of a backup. We can keep him, but he's more of a backup. Then then Davante would be 32 now, dealing with a young quarterback that you don't know is good.
Right.
If it's between that, staying in Las Vegas, then at that point, I'd have to say, I love you, Davante Adams, but clearly you do not care about winning, which is okay.
Yes, that's fine.
We've had this conversation. Right. Let's just be honest about it.
What if he just wants to be a Raider? He just wants to be a Raider,
Just
right?
want to be a Raider.
Yeah. What
just
if
want to be a Raider.
Yeah.
Because unless you could either, the only thing, and I'll get to this in a second, if I'm choosing between a Jaden Daniels, who is a stud,
won the Heisman,
that's why the Commanders
all of it,
are interested in trading at this point, or staying with the Raiders and seeing if Shedeur is good or not, or whoever, I think the only thing that then would supersede that is, hey, Devontae, we're not going to move you because we're going out, we're getting Dak.
Right.
That's it. That's
exactly. That's the only thing that I could be like, okay, I will wait a year because I see there's no light at the end of the tunnel right now. And I think that's the problem, not just with this Devontae Adams situation, but if you're trying to project any sort of future success for the Raiders, it's okay, what is the plan to eventually get over this hump? Because unless it is signing a Dak, you're hoping that Shedeur Sanders is great. You're hoping that if it's a Cam Ward or whoever the quarterback is going to be of your future, it's all hoping, right? Like and you know, it's fine. It's a situation everybody gets in, but it's not a situation which you could justify paying Devontae Adams the money that he's paying. And frankly, I mean, yeah, at his age, it's also just from a GM, a value proposition. Like, you have this guy who's aging, and even when you are planning to be good, he's probably at that point going to be on the downhill of his career. Why not maximize the value for him? I know it might be a short-term lump. People might say, well, why are you getting rid of one of our only good players right now? But I think if you can get a first or a second round pick for him, I think that does you a lot better for when you do draft a Shedeur Sanders, or maybe even if you do go out and get a Dak Prescott. I don't know it obviously helps tremendously to have Devontae Adams, but again, as a value proposition, we see all these rookie receivers going crazy, and you know, we see how valuable it is to have a rookie quarterback when all these quarterbacks get paid so much money. It's probably pretty valuable to also have a really good rookie receiver, and those guys seem like they don't have nearly as much of a problem as quarterbacks transitioning to the NFL. That'd be the route that I would try and go. Yeah. Just trade Devontae, get as much as you can, and acknowledge that this isn't the run for you right now.
And maybe if you do that, but here, I know we got to get to the other side, but then what do you do with Max Crosby? Because now
why stop at Devontae, right?
Right. Now if you're going to blow it up,
slope almost.
Yeah,
right.
blow that thing up.
Right.
Coming up next, Dion Cole tickets, if you're on the app, should switch over right about now. Dion Cole tickets returns to Sacramento for a night of nonstop laughs, and we want you in the building. That is coming up at 1, along with our top stories at the top of the hour. And trust me, you are not going to want to miss these stories. Stiles Watkins, Sacramento Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hey, listen up. This is your Sacktown Sports live events calendar. First in the lineup is the Lodi Grape Festival coming September 12th through the 15th. And then rock out to Zeppelin USA at Thunder Valley on September 19th. On September 20th, laugh your heart out with comedy superstar Nikki Glazer at Thunder Valley. And the laughs keep on coming on September 21st with George Lopez when he takes the stage at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. If you're a country fan, you won't want to miss Winona Judd at Hard Rock Live on September 28th. And then on October 4th, comedy legend Rob Schneider is bringing the laughs to Hard Rock Live Sacramento. On October 20th, you don't want to miss Renee Vaca as he brings his hilarious stand-up to the Crest Theater. And finally, gear up for the ultimate Halloween bash with a $5,000 costume contest. It's Sinners and Saints Saturday at Thunder Valley on Saturday, October 26th. Costumes, music, and plenty of thrills. And that's your Sacktown Sports live events calendar. For details, go to sacktownsports.com and stay locked on to Sacktown Sports for your chance to win tickets.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And Logan Ryan picks him up. Looks like they're playing man. LaPorta's over there as well. It's 5 out. It's empty on 4th down. Goff back. Not going to get out to his right. Being chased. Throws, and it is incomplete. The 49ers take over on 4th down again.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, and guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports. Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
Nate. It is almost your time to shine. Guys, I don't want to be the one to do it myself, but I'm just assuming I'll say the number.
Yeah, you haven't been here all week, so please.
What numbers have been said?
2 and 3.
Yeah, Nate did 2. I think I did 3, and might have done a 5, I think, early in the week.
Then you know what's coming. Or do you?
No, I don't.
3! That was pretty good. Thank you.
3!
Okay.
We were saying, or Chris was saying, it sounds like this building's haunted. Chris was saying this sounds like a ghost.
3!
Like you're in the other, like you're down the hall, and it's like your spirits with us.
It's like downstairs to the left. You just hear
3.
Here?
Yeah.
It's because it sounds like it's an empty.
Yeah,
like,
it sounds very empty.
3.
Or like, you're down in a well or something.
I'm falling down the well while it's happening.
Raindrop. That one less so. Same room, but for some reason less.
Same room. All right. Hope you have room on your calendar for Deion Cole because he returns to Sacramento for a night of nonstop laughs. And of course, Sacktown Sports wants to get you in the building. All you have to do is hit up the Folsom Lake Honda hotline right now. Looking for caller number 4 to score that pair of tickets to check out Deion Cole at Hard Rock Live on September 15th, courtesy of Live Nation. Caller number 4, 916-339-1140, 916-339-1140, 916-339-1140. For more information, visit sacktownsports.com. Nate is going to pick that winner. They are starting to come on in right now. Nate, I know sometimes you're able to do both. Can you get that music going? And we have some audio we'll play. I will go to the first one. I will go to the non-audio at the top of the hour until you tell me you're ready to go. You getting the music going?
I can beatbox if you want.
There we go. That's what I needed.
Gotcha.
That's what I needed. And the phone lines are filling up, so we think we'll have Nate back soon for this audio that you will not want to miss. Okay, Chris. We both have this. This was a funny one because I added this to the top stories at the top of the hour, and you said you could chime in on it as well.
Okay.
because whenever it's been a long weekend, we'll put it to you like that.
Okay. Well, I'm curious which one. I'm looking at the list of things that you have here.
Oh, no.
Which one you're going to go with?
Whenever it's been a long weekend and, you don't feel like thinking, it's Chipotle.
Oh,
right?
yeah, for sure.
It's Chipotle, and I'm just going to get something in my stomach.
Yep.
Cool, whatever. And wifey hit me up and I said, hey, what meat do you want? And I said, if they still have the pastor, I'll take the pastor.
Yeah.
Now they're done with the pastor because, as we mentioned earlier on Top Stories at the top of the hour, they are trying out the honey chipotle.
Yes.
So I said, fine.
Sacramento exclusive.
Somebody on the text line that week said that they tried it and it was fire. I didn't see because she got it on the app. If it's more expensive than the normally chicken, I would assume it is. Yeah. I'm out. I mean, what it tastes like nothing to me.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would say. I didn't really note. I noticed all the other ingredients and didn't really get any of the honey chipotle.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what we were supposed to get.
Anything, like it kind of tasted a little bit like their corn salsa, a little bit like I got a little bit of the sweetness, I think, but that's the only thing that I noticed at all.
But here's what I'm thinking. So after that happens,
it's also the test run, maybe like when they actually fully drop it, there'll be a little bit
I don't
more
think so.
flavor.
So after that happens, and you, Chris Watkins, or me, Alan Stiles, we just don't go back.
Right.
If they're using Sacramento as a test case, are they saying that? Are they using the number? Like they didn't ask
It's successful because you and I bought it, but we didn't go back.
I didn't go back. go back. So I don't know how
how that metric works. Right. What they view that as. I'm sure they probably separate those. I would think they separate those numbers.
But it's just people trying it out. It's almost like you need repeat customers to know that
That's
it's
what
good.
I would think, right? And maybe for them it is just about the initial wave, right? Maybe it is just, hey, this is a way of getting more people in the door, and it does it for us. And if they get the new flavor, then good on us. And if not, then it's just another one in the door that wasn't there before. But I would hope that the thing that restaurants care about more than anything is not just getting you in the door.
Right.
It's bringing you back. I mean, I guess at this point, I will come back to Chipotle. I'm just not going to get that protein.
And maybe that's what they're looking at. Who knows? And who knows how long it's going to be there. So,
or maybe they intentionally make it bad so that you're like, no, I need to make sure that I satiate that Chipotle need and get the satisfaction that I'm looking for and go back like 3 days later.
Yeah, that could be it.
Light years ahead.
Light year, okay. You know
Come
who
on.
else was light years ahead?
Yeah.
Nate, we ready to get into number 2? You got a winner?
Oh, I also have a little bit of breaking Kings news, I guess. Very, very small breaking news here. This is from Chris Haynes. Free agent guard Terry Taylor has reached an agreement on a camp deal for the Sacramento Kings. Don't know anything about Terry Taylor, and there's a picture of him in a Bulls jersey, so clearly is coming with DeMar DeRozan, having some familiarity with him there, but don't really know much of anything about Terry Taylor.
Another guard.
Another guard? Is he really? Okay. Well, I probably should have guessed that one.
No, 4.
Oh, okay.
No.
He's listed at 6'5", 230. That's a little bit of a bigger body for somebody who's he's listed as a power forward on Basketball Reference. So maybe this is kind of a Bruce Brown mold. He spent time in Indiana and Chicago, 2 seasons with each. Had a pretty good stint to start his career with Indiana. 9 points per game in his rookie year, 5 rebounds.
But no, that's what's so funny. Chris Haynes in his post says sources free agent guard. Terry Taylor, so maybe it was just he wrote that.
No, he was a free agent.
Free agent guard though.
Oh,
yeah, he
wrote
said
free agent guard.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Free agent guard. That's why I thought it was a guard.
No, let me see if they have the positional breakdowns here. He's played most. Honestly, he's played pretty much all of his minutes at power forward or center.
Good.
So there you go. A little bit of technically a smaller body, definitely 6'5", but yeah, looking at the Basketball Reference positional breakdown, throughout his career, never spent more than 64% of his time at the power forward. Has spent as much as, and we're talking very, very limited minutes here, but has spent 34% of his rookie season at center, spent 33 of 2 years ago at center, and spent last season, played 188 minutes. 65% of that at power forward, 36 of it at center. The on-off
who's
numbers
running
are great.
out? Is he a Draymond 6'5" center? What are we talking about here?
Definitely seems, like I said, I think Bruce Brown is kind of the mold that I'm looking for here. He's a lefty, so there's that.
I'm in.
This is also nothing more at the moment than a training camp deal, so could be more of a Stockton edition than a Sacramento edition, but is definitely an interesting name. Again, has some real production his rookie season. Hasn't really gotten much of an opportunity at all since. Seems like a decent flyer on a guy that the Kings could probably use a little bit of this hustle and tenacity kind of guys.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, he's 24 years old. He went to Austin Peay State University from three-point line, 28%, 68% from free throw, average.
He's not a shooter.
Yeah, 4.8 points a game. Like you said, Chris, average 12 points a game. 12 minutes a game. And really that was from that rookie year. He played 21 he played 33 games. He played 21 minutes. So not a ton on him, but we'll see what happens there. All right, Nate, we have pushed these, but there's one I had to get to. I had to get to this one. And everyone's favorite celebrity, I don't know, is she a celebrity now? Haley Welch is getting her own podcast. And I'm not going to say the name of the podcast because I need everybody to hear it live. This is the trailer for her new podcast. I think it's sponsored by Better. Yes, here it is.
Y'all really thought I was done? I'm just getting started, baby. I'm Haley Welch. A little while ago, my life took a complete left turn and it changed forever. And along the way, I've realized that everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Well, now it's my time to talk. Check out my podcast every week, Talk to Them, where I'm sitting down with the coolest guests and having actual conversations with them.
In or out on Talk to Us podcast, Talk to Her.
No comment. Absolutely no comment at all.
I didn't know she had a thick accent like that.
No, yeah, it's terrible.
There you go. Yeah. There you go.
No thanks.
So there is
literally nobody's asking for that.
And she's gonna get crazy guests.
Yeah, it's gonna last 2 weeks.
In this America,
there's no
way.
It
It's gonna last 1 week.
I don't know.
Bobby Altoff ain't even popping in these streets anymore.
That's also true. That's also true.
The original industry plan.
And speaking of content and everybody needs more, let's get to this Kevin Durant sound as he joins another betting app to do something that we're not really sure anybody cares that he does.
Maybe it'll help me fix my jumper later, but we're here to discuss some big news that you have.
Yeah, just partnering with FanDuel. Excited to be here, man, and show how much bias I have for my Commanders. Pick some NFL games, have some fun. FanDuel's for the everyday people, man. You know, everybody's making picks. Everybody's watching football together, it feels like, through FanDuel, you know? So I wanted to be a part of that. I wanted to put it down and
Speaking of industry plans,
my goodness gracious!
Everybody's here for FanDuel.
Right.
FanDuel
is a family-friendly
company.
You know?
It will make you rich.
Yeah. I actually made most of my money off of FanDuel. So you have Kevin Durant with FanDuel. You have LeBron with DraftKings, and Chris, we're
couldn't do the same one, right? There's no way. There's no way.
And Chris, we're trying to figure out if KD's just going to pop up on Kay Adams' podcast, or if he's
got his own boys too that he can put together.
So
Rich Kleiman,
right?
I'm sure he'll be on McAfee during the games or whatever.
Does anybody care about this? Does anybody care? Do you care about who LeBron picks? LeBron had his Super Bowl pick. He picked the Niners and the Ravens. Does anybody care? At what point? And we asked this question, Chris. We just played Talk to Her.
Yeah.
Then we're playing this Kevin Durant. And I've been on this, and it's funny because we are in content. But at what point is it too much?
This point right here. This is actually the line. Congratulations, everybody. We have found the line, and this is it. There's nobody's asking for this. Nobody's tuning into this. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's actually 0% chance. At least, again, Bobby Altoff was at least having, Mark Cuban on and Drake on her podcast.
What I'm about to say, I think I'd rather listen to Talk to Her than Kevin Durant and LeBron make football picks.
Oh. I could listen to LeBron and KD make picks for 15 minutes. I am not listening to an hour of literally just somebody who got rich and famous like a month ago for Something that you probably shouldn't be proud to be rich and famous for.
It's about if she gets guests.
To an extent, but you still got to ask the right questions. You still have to have a good conversation for me to listen. I'm not just going to hear, especially. Never mind.
I'd rather do the 10-hour flight, no phone, no AirPods, no laptop.
Straight through.
Yeah.
I did an hour and a half because my AirPods were messing around, and I told Nate I really got a lot of clarity, man.
That's what I hear. You look out the window for an hour and a half.
I'm a different
guy this morning.
I get my elbow hit by the cart. Funny bone. Nice, I will say this: a lot of hope going.
Are you bragging?
Yeah, that's a really dope flex.
I had a lot of hope, as you know, airports.
Right.
I had a lot of hope going to Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of hope coming back, man.
Dang,
not a lot of hope.
I think.
The losses or
so many losses.
Okay.
Sorry for you, man.
A lot of losses.
I actually have a little surprise on the other side, a little bit, and if you guys can go along with me, if we go to break here, I'd like to show you on the other side.
Okay, we've got a lot of picks to make, so
can't wait. That's what you call a tease, if you please. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys, live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus, view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
Hello, I'm Frank Cockrell with the Retirement Security Centers with a weekly economic update. Are we headed for an economic downturn, or some economists the boy who cried recession? Consumer spending was steadily up in July, suggesting a more solid economic foundation. The spending bumps were across both goods and services. Robust spending is usually not indicative of a pending recession, but is there more to the story? The U.S. savings rate dropped to 2.9%, the lowest level since June 2022. Some economists think the spend down is concerning, while others point to increasing balance sheets as we see rises in both home equity and stock price gains. These rates do not include unreported data on income earned by undocumented immigrants, so savings rates may be slightly higher. Available job openings at 7.67 million have lessened to the lowest rate in 3.5 years, bringing the open job ratio down to 1.1 open positions for every potential worker looking for employment. These data points all could lead further credence to lowered interest rates at the Fed's September meeting. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osea Cafe Incorporated, member FINRA SIPC. Osea Cafe is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Osea Cafe.
Get your tickets for the Marysville Stampede September 14th and 15th at MarysvilleStampede.com.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
All right, we are going to get into the NFL slate, and this is how we're going to do it. We're going to make our picks week by week, and whoever wins the week will get a point, I think, for that week. But Nate, you said that you have some bit that Chris and I have no clue what it is.
Yeah, I have a solution.
I'm scared.
I have a solution, and Chris, don't be scared because it's for you. So this is going to fix a problem. This is going to fix a problem you have here.
Oh,
so Chris is
terrified.
not.
I'm borderline terrified.
Chris, something he hates, a pet peeve of Chris Watkins, is the breaking news banner for something very minuscule.
Yes,
correct.
Very correct.
And I think there's a solution, and I have to give some credit where credit's due. Vlad, said this in passing a few minutes ago. You just broke some news, Chris. That was minimal, not banner worthy.
Yeah.
Would you say?
I would say not.
Okay. Will you go ahead and just set up the breaking news like you just did in the last segment? Okay.
Gotcha.
Just set it up.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
Oh my gosh! I just got an alert from Chris Haynes. It's not really that big, but yeah. I mean, it's definitely something. Can we? Do we have anything?
Sports breaking news.
So it's like a gerbil or like a Alvin in the Chipmunks.
But it's still saying break. It just sounds like this.
Yeah, but it's like high pitched, like a.
I thought it was going to say mid breaking or something like that. Kind of breaking. I thought you were going to insert kinda before breaking news.
Yeah, it's never as good as you think, but it's a solution. It's a solution to a problem, and that's kind of my job here.
First off, I will say that I actually hate that more than not than actually playing. Second off, dangerous, but I'm just going to ask, What exactly did Verlad tell you would have been a good idea? Because I don't think it was that.
It was pretty much that. He's like, you need to do like a high-pitched version of it for like smaller breaking news. And that's kind of what we got to here. So I think
you guys are workshopping it still.
Yeah, it might be in the roto though forever. Usually these things. What usually happens with these things is they're horrible at first, and then you get a little Stockholm syndrome. You're like, wait, I kind of like these. These are like
does
like Debo Weather. Like we're all big fans of that, and we're all big fans.
Yeah, but it's still my issue is it's still saying breaking news.
Yeah, but it's like a small breaking news. Like small breaking news because of the
Terry Taylor has reached an agreement on a camp deal with the Sacramento Kings.
Perfect. I think that could have worked really well. I think it was a pretty good idea.
Let's get into the NFL slate.
Okay. I just, just trying things out here. It's a good show.
I can tell. Now we have 3 minutes to go through the first.
8 games.
The double seggy, dude.
Well, you could just talk about today's game, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
I guess.
Chris, you got something?
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, the Packers are going to be playing the Eagles. Get this, though. It's in Brazil.
Yeah.
Not here.
Yeah.
It's going to be tonight.
Friday
5:15.
night. Friday Night Lights. How do you feel about a Friday football game?
I hate it. I think the NFL probably shouldn't do it. I enjoy Sunday being the day. I can live with Monday. Thursday starts to kind of impeach on my week a little bit. Friday, can we just not? Like, Friday is kind of meant for everybody to get off work and then go explore the world. And by having a football game, you're kind of taking a large population of at least America here, and you're putting them right on the couch. So I'm not really, Friday is kind of the only day that I will say, well, I'm already out of the house. I might as well, be okay with going out. If you're going to put football, especially, I mean, this isn't a great, I personally, I'm not super attached to those greasy, grimy Green Bay Packers, but, I'm not really super enthralled by this matchup.
Oh, I'm all the way in. And this was before, I really
hate both of these teams, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, not the Eagles. Like, I don't hate the Eagles brand. I just don't like how the Eagles play.
I hate that it's on Peacock.
That also sucks.
That's also interesting.
Can they play that at a bar? Like, have they figured that part out? Like,
I don't know. I was going to try to figure something out tonight.
Right.
I was actually going to ask you guys.
Us, if we knew? Yeah, no idea.
But as far as the game's concerned, I completely disagree with you. I'm super into this game.
Yeah.
Jordan Love, obviously, before the whole fantasy thing, I just think that he's a guy who, look, I talk a lot about the CJ Stroud hype. There are people talking about starting their franchises with this guy after 6 games, and he got the bag. I mean, Jalen Hurts, he got his bag, but nobody knows if he's that good, right? I mean, who is Jalen Hurts going to be in this league? I'm all the way in on this game. If you are making me pick the winner, because that's how we're starting this thing off.
Yep.
It's the hot team versus a team that
Eagles
has
are
been
favored
good.
For what it's worth.
Eagles are favored
They're
in
technically the home team, I believe.
They're technically the home team. Man, I'm really torn on this. The last time we saw the Packers, they basically should have beat the Niners.
Right.
Chill.
Well, kind of. All right, I know I got to go. I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to say that the Eagles, they start out hot.
Fly Eagles.
They start out
We're just
hot.
in Philly. Come on.
I got to go Eagles.
I think this game's going to suck from like a quality standpoint. I think we're going to see as many penalties and just sloppy play from both of these teams, because it is still a week 1 matchup. And then you throw in the fact that these fools had to travel to a different country to go play this game. I think it's going to be garbage. It's probably going to give major London game vibes, when they go over to Germany. Those games always suck. I'm going to say it's a low-scoring game, and I think that favors the Eagles as they are going to run a ton of Saquon Barkley. I'm going to say the Eagles cover as well. I'm going to say they win by more than 2.
I think the big thing about this is that there isn't really a time zone jump, maybe an hour or 2 for both these teams, because you're just going south.
Wow. That's some real, gambling type knowledge right there.
Yeah, well,
only bettors talk about time difference, the weather,
this
record
is kind
in
of
this weather.
degenerate show a bit at times. Alan opened the show with his friend, so maybe I was his friend. I'm just going to take Green Bay.
Wow.
I think just come out hot. They got something to prove.
I don't feel good about the Eagles at all.
I don't feel good about either one. Just the travel is a big problem. It is different from London because of the time zone situation and your body. They left a couple days ago, so hopefully they're acclimated. Curious to see what the crowd looks like too. Very curious.
I would guess Brazilian.
Oh.
Well, I had some buddies ask me if I knew any Eagles fans that traveled down there. I'm sure there are a couple. I mean, you talk about parlaying a nice trip. You get to watch your football team and then kick it in Brazil for however long. So I do think there will be some random Eagles, Packers fans there too. But yeah, it'll be an interesting one. Friday Night Lights.
What's the weather like over there?
Well, it's going to be hot.
Imagine they're playing outside. Are they playing on a soccer field, I would assume? A pitch? Excuse me.
Yeah. Ted Lasso's going to be there. Yeah. All right. Coming up next, we get through
hopefully
the next part of the slate. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
Get your tickets for the Marysville Stampede September 14th and 15th at marysvillestampede.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of the spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Making an Impact, sponsored by Grainger. One Minnesota bus driver had a homeless woman board the bus wearing no shoes, so she stepped in by giving the sneakers on her feet away.
I knew that you're not supposed to drive in your socks. It's a big no-no, but I couldn't help it.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions, made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store, and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
A new Honda? Nice. Well, it was like this. It was a super hot day, so we all stopped for some ice cream. When bam, the AC went out. My dad started sweating and was all, man, I stink. And my brother was like, I hate this car. And my mom was all, I'm dying in here. Then I said, it's time to call Stockton Honda. Then Dad was like, honey, you're right. I knew you were my favorite. And just like that, Stockton Honda to the rescue.
StocktonHonda.com.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee.
I want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich.
Be the difference.
Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
It's unforgiving. It starts with a nod the head, a lifetime in 8 seconds.
known as rodeo.
The 90th annual Marysville Stampede is coming to the Cotton Rosso Arena September 14th and 15th. If you want to see rodeo's best, you better be there. It's a whole weekend of the best pro rodeo action for the whole family. Bareback, saddle bronc, bull riding, plus the Flying Cowboys BMX motorcycle show. It's just $25 for adults and $15 for kids 4 to 12. Don't you miss 1 second of the heart-pounding, ground-shaking, bucking, twisting rodeo action. Get your tickets at MarysvilleStampede.com. The 90th annual Marysville Stampede, Saturday, September 14th at 5 p.m. and Sunday, September 15th at 3:30 p.m. at the Cotton Rosso Arena in Marysville. Tickets are available now at MarysvilleStampede.com.
Live and local. This is Sacktown Sports.
Real quick, guys, a quick note as we work through the NFL slate. So Twitter is banned in Brazil. So I saw Diana Rossini say that the wives of the Philadelphia beat reporters tweeting for them back in Philly, New Jersey, because their husbands aren't allowed to tweet in Brazil. And yeah, I just thought that was pretty interesting, because if that's normally your job, you can't do that. And, you know, if you got that blue check, you get a little bit of some side cheese on the side. So a little interesting tidbit there, but no, we got to get back into it. Next up, Chris, the Cincinnati Bengals versus the New England Patriots. We'll start with you, Nate. How are you feeling about this game? It's
a nothing burger, but Bengals win.
Yeah.
And I think everyone in the world should probably be on that side.
Well, I don't know about 8.5. That seems like a good bit.
Oh, are we doing the spread?
We're not.
Okay.
But you know, as
just
far as
Bengals,
the Bengals. Okay, Bengals winning. Good. Chris, I'm going to say Bengals myself.
No question.
I'm pretty sure they're going to cover. This might not. I mean, I guess we think Jamar Chase can be back. He's practicing. So, yeah, I think Bengals take care of business. And blonde-haired Joe Burrow makes his regular season debut, and they get started on a better track than they did last season to start the season, with Joe Burrow being injured and things like that. Chris?
No, yeah, I was Bengals too.
There you go.
I'm on the Bengals, no question.
This one, I might stay away from the spread, but really just both in general. Jaguars at Dolphins. The Dolphins are going to win, but again, I don't know about the 3.5 and all that, but I'm going Dolphins here.
You're locked in on Dolphins winning? Because I got Jacksonville.
Really?
Yeah, I'm off the Dolphins, man.
You just don't like Mike McDaniel.
Yeah,
or
that's
Tua.
true. I don't like his ankles. Tua? I never said anything bad about Tua, I don't think.
Didn't say anything good about him.
That's true. I think Jaguars have something to prove. Trevor Lawrence has something to prove. Doug Peterson, they want to win. So that's it.
Yeah, I'm a little torn on this one too. I don't know. I do like the Jaguars' chances for sure. I understand why the Dolphins are favored. I think that's probably right, especially with them at home. We know that the Dolphins tend to play better in Miami than they do anywhere else. Man, I do really believe in Jacksonville this year. I'll start with Miami though. Miami's healthy right now, and that might not be the case for much longer. I'll go Dolphins.
There you go. All righty. Next, we have the debut of one Caleb Williams as they host the Tennessee Titans. The spread is 3.5.
Mayo man.
Tennessee Titans at Chicago Bears. I mean, this is all lined up for Caleb Williams to have a great coming out party. The Titans, they are right at the top of our what are we doing list. I have no clue what they are doing with anything. This is an easy one for me, Bears, and I think they whoop them good. I think a lot of people are talking about Caleb Williams after this game.
Yeah, I feel good about the Bears' chances. We were reading their over-unders this year. A lot of people, their number is at 9.5 right now, which is absolutely absolutely insane. I don't think it'd be that high, but they should absolutely walk over the Titans this year. There's not really much that the Titans are, that they have working for them, really. I mean, it depends how much you believe in one Mayo man. I think the Bears are going to roll through this one. And, it's going to be a nice coming out party for Caleb.
I'm going to go Bears. I think it's closer than you guys think. I think it's messy, like you guys kind of predicted in Brazil tonight. Just a lot of young guys, not I guess raw talent on the field.
We don't know what the weather's like either.
Yeah. Maybe not the best football period.
Wasn't it a week 1 game in Chicago that was the monsoon, the Lance monsoon? Or was that week 2? It was either week 1 or week 2 that it was a monsoon. I remember that, but we just don't know what weather we're going to get early in Chicago.
That was week 1.
That was week 1.
I believe it was.
He finished that game. They just lost.
Right.
Yeah. And then he got hurt.
I went to week 2, and that's when he lost his leg.
Yikes.
Everything changed. Nothing was the same. Next, you have another hot name of these streets, C.J. Stroud, heading to Indianapolis to take on Chris's boy, Anthony Richardson, and the Colts. Ooh. I really want to see what Chris has to say on this one. Obviously, Anthony Richardson didn't get to play a lot last season with that injury. C.J. Stroud. I mean, guys, I don't know who's the sexiest, dark horse pick this season. Because it's between the Texans and maybe the Packers. You know what I mean? There's always a team, the dark horse. This is the team that's going to do it. I think it is the Texans. There's a lot of hype. And as my saying goes, it's easier to exceed expectations than to meet them. I do think the Houston Texans meet the expectations this weekend, and they take care of business. I just don't know enough about Anthony Richardson to pick against one C.J. Stroud. But I do want to see what the Texans look like throughout the season with the crazy expectations they have with a year 2 quarterback. But I'm going Texans, and I think they cover as well.
I'll take the Colts. I will. I think the Texans might be feeling themselves a little bit. I think they probably think this is going to be their year to kind of make some noise, and it wouldn't surprise me if they have a little week 1 stumbling, and we get to hear from Stephon Diggs early about how things are already going wrong and how he needs the ball more. So I'm gonna root for chaos, and I'm gonna go with the Colts and Anthony Richardson. We can talk about on Monday.
Texans, and they kill him.
Okay,
they beat him pretty bad.
Okay,
yeah. Next on the list, you have the Carolina Panthers and backpack Bryce Young heading to New Orleans to take on the Saints. And I think this is embarrassing if you're the Saints to only be favored by 4. Hosting the Carolina Panthers. I just think that's embarrassing.
I mean, it's divisional, and the Saints aren't good.
Maybe I'm just high on. I just
love Derek Carr, and that's fine.
You know who I love? I love Alvin Kamara.
Yeah, who's 30 years old.
I got the Saints.
Kamara.
And they're whooping the Panthers.
I got the Saints in my Survivor, so I got to take the Saints.
I'll go Saints as well. Terrible division. Terrible. The Panthers are still going to be bad this year. I'm going Saints.
Next on the list, heading to the New York Giants, Chris Watkins. Chris Minnesota Watkins, the Minnesota Vikings, heading to take on Daniel Jones and the Giants. The spread is 1.5. I'm sorry, Chris. I don't know if this one's going to make it on my NFL ticket. I don't know if I'm watching this one.
It shouldn't. I mean, there's no reason. The only reason to watch is Sam Darnold's return to MetLife Stadium.
That's right.
Where he saw ghosts. So it's going to be a terrible game. I'm not excited for it. Last time Vikings and Giants played, Giants won in a disgusting playoff wild card game. If the Vikings don't win this game, they're not going to win for probably their first 5 or 6 games. So I have to say Vikings here, but honestly wouldn't be surprised at all if the Giants win. It's just the Giants' offense is so terrible. I would like to think that the Vikings' offense, at the very least, can just outscore them.
Yeah,
you put up 17, and it feels like that should be good enough to beat the Giants.
You would think, but it's a little early to take some chances. But
Vikings are the road team here.
Yeah, it's a little early to take chances, but I feel like Giants might be slow playing us, and Daniel Jones could be a bit of a gamer.
Is he playing? I thought he was still injured.
Who's that?
Daniel Jones with his neck.
I believe he's playing.
Okay.
I haven't heard that he's not.
I'm the ultimate Daniel Jones hater, so I'm going with
so
you,
you're just
Chris.
praying for him to get hurt then.
No, I didn't say that. I'm taking your team.
Wow. Well, I'm going to try to gain some headway early. I think I don't have enough games against Nate and Chris, and I might regret this, but I'm going to go with the Gigantes.
The G-Men.
Yeah, the G-Men. Coming up next, we continue to go through the spread. Bills, Cardinals, Falcons, Steelers, and then we have the afternoon slate as well. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles the man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Advanced Infusion Center, where we prioritize your comfort and well-being. Whether you're managing a chronic condition or seeking specialized IV therapy, our state-of-the-art center offers tailored solutions to meet your needs. Advanced Infusion Center's dedicated healthcare professionals are here to ensure your safety and provide personalized care. Conveniently located in Sacramento and Yuba City with flexible scheduling options. Experience a new standard in infusion therapy. Visit Advanced Infusion Center today at advancedinfusion.com.
It's not hard to be a mom. It's hard to be a good mom. It's easy to be a bad mom. That's so easy. But to be a good mom is hard. To be a bad mom, that's as easy as being a great dad. That's...
Nikki Glazer, Alive and Unwell Tour. Friday, September 20th. The venue at Thunder Valley. Tickets on sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. She's alive and unwell. Don't miss Nikki Glazer.
Thank you. Good night.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting their focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Your water heater. Old, rusty, forgotten. We hardly ever even think about them until there's no hot water. Right now, get incredible rebates up to $3,000 off and financing available for as little as $40 a month. Leave it to Bonnie to crank up the heat.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
Going through the NFL slate real quick. Chris and Nate on Up and Adams. I will say this. Up and Adams, Kay Adams, I mean, she's always interviewing someone. And there are a lot of people out there that, it's easy to work hard. We do that. She's always interviewing someone. And Ed Reed, Ravens Hall of Famer, says that Chiefs QB Patrick Mahomes has weaknesses that are easy to figure out. There you go. It's funny. We were just talking about this, how even worry about Colorado this weekend. We were just talking about.
He's works on Colorado staff? Okay. Gotcha.
Ed Reed. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It was funny because we just talked about how there's not a lot of old school talking to young school. This is nothing near the NBA level, but I do find that interesting. Ed Reed is never going to have to face Patrick Mahomes, so I guess we will never know. All right, let's continue with this slate. Nate, music, please.
Okay. Thank you. Music right now.
All right. The Arizona Cardinals head to Buffalo to take on the Bills. I am excited to see my guy, Kyler Murray, back in action. Just launched a YouTube channel to see if he can relaunch his career. 6.5. I don't think he's going to do it against the Bills. I don't know what the Cardinals are doing either. I think they're stuck. I think the Bills is a classic game for Josh Allen to come out hot, get the MVP talk going early. I think the Bills take care of business.
Yeah, I think they start off the year a lot better than they did last year. And, in Buffalo, that doesn't sound like that's really Kyler Murray's kind of weather. I think the Bills, even though I don't think they're going to have a terrific season, I do think that they'll take care of this one. And we'll see. I think the Cardinals will come on late, but I don't think this week 1 matchup is really built for them.
I think the Bills mirror last season and end up just blowing it against the Cardinals. I think Marvin Harrison has like a crazy game, a la Anquan Bolden's first game, who's a Cardinal as well. 200 yards, maybe not 200, but I'll say like 130 for Harrison. He just goes nuts.
You have Keon Coleman on the other side. So, they'll be in. Look, Bills, just like you talked about earlier, Nate, Xavier Worthy, they're getting clowned. Maybe they'll use that as some type of motivation. There you go. All right, next you have the Steelers heading to Atlanta to take on Chris's second favorite QB, Kirk Cousins. The spread is 3.5 for the Falcons. Russell Wilson is questionable with a calf Achilles type deal, and that roster is questionable as well, at least the offensive side of the football. I think the Falcons get everybody talking. I know there was some back and forth with Kyle Pitts and his injury situation, but I think the Falcons, in that dome, I think they're going to be raring to go. I think Kirk's going to be very excited. He said, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm excited to get popped. So I think the Falcons take care of business.
Yeah, shouldn't be any problem for the Falcons. I think they're going to roll through a lot of competition this year with their easy schedule. And I think this is just the first of many good wins for the Falcons. And, I think it should be an easy one. Now we don't even know who's going to start at quarterback for the Steelers. Should be easy for the Falcons.
I'm on your guys' side, Falcons.
Next, we have the Las Vegas Raiders headed to L.A., where they might actually have – this is the only – Raiders these days, they only have a home field advantage a couple times a year, and really it's against the same team, the Los Angeles Chargers.
The Rams.
When they play the Rams.
Once every 4 years.
Yes, when they play the Rams. So Las Vegas Raiders heading to Los Angeles Chargers. The spread is Chargers -3. Jim Harbaugh and his debut. These are always tough for me. Do I pick with my heart or my head?
Do your heart.
Got some more games.
Yeah.
Got some more games.
I always feel bad if I pick against the Raiders and they actually win.
Just pick the Raiders.
Devontae Adams, the whole thing, I guess the Chargers roasted him about something, and he said history will repeat itself, and he's ready to ball out. The problem is, Devontae, unless we're running the Wildcat, I just don't know how you're going to get those yards. I got to go Chargers. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm going Chargers too. I just think they're going to prioritize running the ball. I don't think they're going to try and do anything flashy. This is Harbaugh's first game. He's just going to do what he knows, and that's run the football, don't turn the ball over. And what are the odds that the Raiders look like the more put-together team in this matchup? I just don't see it. I think it's going to be the Chargers, and it'll probably be a pretty boring one. But I'm the only thing I want to see here is exactly how the Raiders' offense looks. Is it better than what I think, or is it going to be pretty much what I expect it to be and just not be an offense that moves often? I'm going Chargers.
Harbaugh and the Chargers and Herbert, they get it done. Win by 10.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh, that's not that crazy.
That's crazy.
That would
I definitely don't think that's
unnecessary. Well, I was thinking Antonio Pierce. A lot of people questioning, was this the right decision? We'll see what they have in store moving right along here. Uh-oh. Denver Broncos at Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, I'll start. Broncos. Bo Nix, Offensive Player of the Year, according to Allen.
Not according to me.
He said something like that. Broncos, they want to, similar to Jacksonville, make a statement early. And I think they can do it against Seattle, not traveling very far. AFC, NFC matchup, those are sometimes a shot in the dark. So just Broncos.
Yeah, I'm with the Seahawks here. I'm just not a huge fan of Sean Payton. And I do think Bo Nix might be pretty good, but the Seahawks, they just can't really afford to lose this game if they're going to make any type of noise. Or the conversation will be, are the Denver Broncos going to surprise some people? I think that I don't really believe in what the Seahawks got going on, but they do have a good young defense and they have weapons. I don't know what Geno Smith is, but I think he's better than Bo Nix. So I'm going to go with the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, same.
But I would not touch that spread, though.
No.
-6 for the Seahawks. I'm not touching that.
Yeah, I don't really know where I see this game going. I could definitely see, like Nate's projecting, I could see the Broncos kind of surprising them, but I do think the Seahawks defense is going to be much improved, and we'll see how that offense looks. I mean, they still have all the same characters that they've had, but we'll see if it should be enough. I think it should be enough at home. I'm going to go Seahawks.
Next on the list, you have the Washington Commanders and Jaden Daniels, his debut against one Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You got to go to Tampa, and there's no easy place to play on the road, but I do think that there could be worse places to start your career. 3.5, the Bucs are favored. I will kick this one off. Guys, I have no clue. I have no clue on this one. But you're on the road. Chris, and I don't think you agreed with paying Baker either, but they did pay Baker. You know, I am really, really torn on this one. Again, I might even take the Commanders if we were doing spread. Do I think the Commanders will win? I will go with I'll say Commanders ball out and Jaden Daniels balls out, but the Bucs get it done.
There we go.
Oh, interesting.
That was a roller coaster there.
Bucks for me, simple.
Bucks. Wow, Nate going Bucks.
Just the home team.
I'm going with the Commanders. I think that I am always unimpressed by the Bucks, and I do think Jane Daniels can surprise some people. And again, early in the season, while he's feeling the healthiest he's going to be, there's not a lot of tape out on him. I could definitely see him taking advantage of this situation. I'm going to go Commanders.
Upset. Here's another fun one.
Oh boy.
Dallas Cowboys headed to Cleveland to take on Deshaun Watson in not his last dance, but I think it's the last dance of anyone wondering what's left in the tank. Chris, real quick, I told you I was watching all the new FS1 slate on the plane because it was just very easy to do so. And they did have a really good segment about Deshaun Watson, going back to what we talked about, the tier list and how this was supposed to be a guy and nothing physical happened. So the question is Deshaun Watson going to just figure it out, these yips that he has, or are we just not going to talk about this guy and the Cleveland Browns just end up, this could be the worst contract in NFL history if he doesn't get it figured out. Then, of course, you have the Cowboys, and it's CeeDee Lamb, what's left of Ezekiel Elliott, and of course, Dak Prescott. I actually think I'm going to go Browns here. I want to go Cowboys, but I think I'm going to go Browns here because I just think that they're up against it, and they have a more complete team. They won with Joe Flacco. I'm going Browns here.
I'm going to go Cowboys. I really think that the Browns, they still don't have Nick Chubb. He's going to be out until week 5. Got Jerome Ford back there. I just don't really know what exactly the Browns offense is going to look like. Kind of like what I said earlier about who was it that I said that about? I said it earlier. I just don't really know exactly how potent it's going to be. Amari Cooper had one of the best seasons he's had in his career last year. The defense is definitely legit, but I just think the Cowboys offense is really, really good. Like, I do think that their offense can move it. One of the few teams that can probably move it on this Browns defense, and I just don't trust Deshaun Watson, and there's no running game there at all in Cleveland. I'm gonna go with Cowboys.
I think the Cowboys keep the Browns in single digits. I don't know if the Browns can even score. I really don't. I don't know what they're going to do with Deshaun. I'm very low on him. Dallas has a good defense. I'd say a top tier or upper echelon.
They get Mike Zimmer as their D coordinator this year too.
Can't forget our favorite podcaster, Micah Parsons.
That's right.
Trayvon Diggs is back there, even though
that's right. He's back. Yeah, he got hurt last year.
So who knows? But I'm taking the Cowboys. I don't think the Browns score 10 or more.
And last but not least, the night game and a homecoming for one Matthew Stafford. By the way, saw a note that his wife will not be going with them to Detroit, that she's going to stay home with the kiddos.
Right.
Los Angeles Rams head to Detroit, Motown, to take on the Detroit Lions. 4.5, guys, for the Lions. That's another sexy, one of the other sexy dark horse teams you could throw in there. Nate, what you thinking?
I don't even know if that's a dark horse team.
I think
it's
they're front runners at this point.
I think last year it was.
Yeah.
Last year, definitely. But man, this is tough. I want them both to lose so bad. I don't like these guys. I don't mess with these guys, but I'm going to say Stafford goes in and disappoints them.
Oh.
I think the Rams might do it, and I think Detroit is upset.
Wow.
Early statement.
I'm going Lions. I think the Lions are going to run through a lot of teams this year. I think the Rams are really, really good. I think they're being slept on as a potential team that could win 10 or 11 games. But I do think the Lions are the best team in the NFL. They have great line, offense and defensive line. And, I mean, they're just going to continue. They're a year older with in the good way with Jahmyr Gibbs, and Amon-Ra St. Brown locks up that long-term contract. Ben Johnson didn't leave them in the offseason. This will probably be his last dance. I think the Lions are going to kill it this year, unfortunately. I'm going Lions.
I think I'm going Lions too. I like Jared Goff, Cal guy, and I want to see Jared Goff do well. I think the Lions, they're going to have a lot of demons and nightmares from what happened last season, but they're going to do their best to exercise them this season. There you have it. We will see how everybody fares this first go round. Real quick, don't have to keep the music going, Nate, but just real quick shout outs and closeouts, guys. The only thing I want to close out, no shout outs this go round, because you'll make fun of me if I shout out cheese sticks or something like that. But I do want to close out the traveling for this year with baby Stiles. She did a great job. It's tough.
Oh, that's
man.
great.
It's
yeah.
tough. 16
I can't
month,
imagine.
That's the first thing I asked you this morning.
Yeah,
I said, how was baby Stiles?
16-month-old, the flight. I was only with them on the way back. But, yeah, she did good on the first one. She's going through a lot, got the teeth coming in. But shout out to her and closing out traveling as a family for the rest of the year and hopefully a while.
Yeah, for sure. That is amazing news, because I can't imagine just how stressful it is to feel like, okay, everybody's mad at me, everybody's looking at me because my child is throwing a fit.
Yeah.
And there ain't nothing I could do about it. Like, I don't know what anyone would want you to do. So that's great. And hopefully she can keep at that.
Yes.
Like, I know sometimes it can just be you go on a flight 3 times, and then the 4th time, for whatever reason, she wants to blow up. So we'll all be thinking about you anytime you guys travel. I'm just going to shout out the everybody out there. Just hold all that you love close, and hug your loved ones a little bit tighter this week. It's been a rough week for me off air, and just a nice healthy reminder to tell everyone that you love them, and hold them tight. Hold them tight, because you never know.
I don't know how to follow that up. Shout out to it's just cool. Summer being over, man. The weather cooling off. It's going to get a little nicer here.
I will gladly take that.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you for listening to Stiles and Watkins. You have the Drive Guys up next. Whitey, Gleason, Kyle Draper. Thank you to Nate, all the callers, texters, sack chatters, and our winners all week for the Dion Cole tickets. Until Monday, secure the bag. Like the beat.